Game of Thrones escape game. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Serenity. In the early morning sea fog, the guards of Astapa saw the appearance of an uninvited ship from afar. Unlike the merchant ships that often enter and leave the port, the terrifying sloop that appeared outside the port was clearly a warship. It had black sails and a dark red hull. On the bow was a statue of a black iron virgin with slender thighs, a narrow waist, a high chest, and eyes made of mother of pearl, but without a mouth, which looked very creepy. There was an unfamiliar emblem printed on the sail, a black iron crown supported by two crows, with a black pupil and red eye below. If Ian had not temporarily given up control of the Falcon because of controlling Koru to go to Meereen, he would have recognized the ship at a glance when he was hovering over Astapa. The Serenity, which was named because all the crew members on the ship had their tongues pulled out, and its owner was the famous Crow's Eye Euron Greyjoy. The arrival of the warship quickly aroused the vigilance of the port guards, but did not make them panic. After all, the port was the weak point of Astapa's defense. Ian ordered the construction of a large number of large towers for the port defense line, and deployed a large number of crossbows and catapults on them. At the same time, he also deployed a full 1,500 troops to guard the port. Not to mention a mere warship. Even if a whole fleet attacked, they would never be able to take the port before the reinforcement from the city arrived. Let the soldiers on the tower aim at the ship, the unsullied officer in charge of the port guard ordered, and send a small boat to inquire about the purpose. After a while, a wooden boat carrying a customs officer and 4 unsullied came to the bottom of the Serenity. After obtaining the other party's consent, the customs officer boarded the terrible warship. "We need to know your purpose, sir." After boarding the ship, the customs officer first found a person who looked like a manager. Unexpectedly, the other party ignored him at all, which could not be called ignoring him. He just stretched out his hand and pointed behind him without saying a word. "We need to know your purpose, sir," the customs officer repeated again, suppressing his anger at being neglected. Unexpectedly, his inquiry was met with a murderous glare, which frightened the GI's officer so much that his legs went weak. He staggered back 2 steps, ready to get off the ship and leave. He didn't want to stay on this dangerous ship any longer. Since the other party refused to explain their purpose, he would just treat them as enemies and destroy them. In just a moment, the GI's officer had already thought about how to report the arrogance of the enemy ship to the port guard commander later. "I will make them pay the price," the customs officer swore in his heart, but just as he walked under the ship, he found that he suddenly bumped into someone, and he fell straight onto the deck with his feet unstable. Who the hell doesn't have eyes? The customs officer wanted to curse, but the environment in the enemy camp did not allow him to do so. "I will make you pay the price." He could only swear again in his heart, while raising his head. Then he met an eye with a bright blue pupil. The eye seemed to be smiling, but it made him feel cold. He shook his head violently, and the GI's officer who had recovered from his shock noticed the man's full appearance. He had pale skin, handsome appearance, black hair and blue lips, and his left eye was covered by an eye patch. "The person you just tried to question is a mute." The blue-eyed man waited for the customs officer to stand up before speaking. "Really?" The customs officer's hurt pride finally felt a little better. He looked back at the mute, then looked at the man in front of him again. "Excuse me, who are you?" "I'm the captain of this ship, Euron Greyjoy, from the Great Greyjoy family." Euron didn't wait for the customs officer to ask again, and took the initiative to explain. "I'm here for Queen Daenerys. There are a total of 11 large tribes of Lazarenes, and countless small tribes. Their population is distributed on the north and south banks of the eastern section of the Skahazabin River, and in the Giscari Mountains. The north bank is close to the Dothraki Sea, and has long faced the looting of horsemen, but due to the favorable environment, its population is still relatively dense. The south bank is close to the Red Waste, and the environment is much worse than that of the north bank. The people there are more sturdy, and even the Dothraki rarely cross the Skahazabin River to the south bank to loot the land. Ian looked at the map on the table, and began to introduce. This map was drawn by Ian, based on the old map of the Lazar region drawn by the Myrinis, with the help of hunters familiar with the terrain found from Lazar, and combined with his previous detailed reconnaissance of the Lazar region through falcons. This map records in detail every river, every mountain, every tribal settlement, etc. in this area, and in the attached manual of the map, it also records the customs of different tribes, the main grain storage areas, and the water sources they rely on, which terrain is more suitable for their own troop deployment for battle, which terrain must be avoided, which direction the supply line will be safer, which dangerous terrain must be controlled in advance, etc. It can be said that this map is the most important labor achievement of Ian in the past few months besides the army construction itself, and the content of the manual is still being filled. In order to complete these pre-war preparations, Ian spent a lot of money to recruit a full 500 guides in Lazar. These people include all walks of life, from hunters, merchants to bureaucrats, priests. Fortunately, the Lazarlin people did not form a unified regime. Not only did they suffer from the looting of the centaurs for a long time, but there were also constant conflicts between their tribes. For them, the concept of country and nation was almost non-existent. My idea is, Ian continued, we should send another representative to the Finley tribe, and it would be best if we could successfully win them over, so that we can take the Kaiser Pass without bloodshed. As he spoke, he pointed to a small path in the middle of a mountain on the map. The Kaiser Pass is located between the most sectioned mountains of the Giscari Mountains. It is an important passage between Meereen and the Lazar region. Although its terrain is not as dangerous as the Blood Gate in the Valley or the Sword Gate in the Great Heavenly Dynasty, it is also a terrain that Ian is not willing to confront head-on. Ian's new army for street fighting and mountain forest fighting has not yet been trained. The troops he has at the moment are almost mainly super long spear phalanxes, crossbowmen, and crossbow carts. Such an army is definitely not suitable for fighting in the mountains. The people guarding the Kaiser Pass are the Finley tribe from the southern Lazar Mountains. This tribe has a population of about 60,000. The characteristics of the mountain people determine that they are far more adept at fighting than other Lazaran tribesmen living in the plains. Chapter 252 Operation Meeting. But correspondingly, the harsh conditions in the mountains make them easier to bribe than the plains people, just as the powerful Swiss regard the export of mercenaries as their main industry. Now that winter is approaching, Ian believes that, as long as he keeps adding money, he is not afraid that the Finley tribe will not be willing to surrender. We have tried it. The one who answered Ian was the unsullied instructor Lexix, who was promoted by Ian to the 1st Legion commander of the Astapaslavian Legion earlier. As part of Celia's promise, when she won over these instructors, Ian decided to give these unsullied instructors who should have become great generals of GIs, but unfortunately became slave traders, a chance to realize their dreams. These people themselves are also the most tactically accomplished among the talents Ian currently has, and reusing them can further deepen the trust between him and the Lord of Fema. 3 times, Lexix continued, the Finley tribe was very satisfied with the conditions we offered, but there was one point we could never agree on. They were unwilling to surrender, let alone kneel. Ian shook his head at another major characteristic of the mountain people. We can allow them to become our allies on an equal footing. We will provide them with food and various daily necessities for the next winter, and they need to open all their land for us to pass through, and provide us with military support. Ian had no expectation of conquering the mountain people in such a short period of time. The emperor is far away from the sky, but there is no emperor in the mountains. No feudal dynasty in the world has ever truly conquered the mountainous areas. In most eras, even the unified Celestial Empire rarely had emperors who could receive a few taxes from the mountainous areas. For the emperor, the mountain people were already obedient if they did not rebel, and there was no need to make trouble. Not to mention the attempts of foreign races to conquer the mountainous areas. Afghanistan, the graveyard of empires, is the best example. Will such a compromise have an adverse impact on our negotiations with other Lazaran tribes? This time it was Astapa's Lord Fermor who spoke. As Ian's most core ally, he also attended the military meeting. If they all demand. Don't be ridiculous, my friend. Ian interrupted him with a smile. We can't conquer the mountain people, so how can we not deal with those sheep people on the plains? No, I never said I wanted to negotiate with them. There are only two ways before them. Either they voluntarily surrender and become our slaves. In that case, according to the status of the surrenderers in their respective clans, they will directly obtain the status of high-level slaves, and the patriarchs and high priests of each clan will directly obtain the qualifications to become royal slaves and retain their property. Or they refuse to surrender, then our army will flatten their clans, and all of them, regardless of gender, age, high or low status, will become fourth-class slaves, and will be assigned to the high-level slaves in their hostile clans to rule. After listening to Ian, the attendees in the room looked at each other, especially the few Astapa nobles who were able to attend the meeting, because of Ian's reuse. They all prayed in their hearts, hoping that they would never anger this demon one day. But fortunately, through the communication with the Westeros people who followed Ian and others to Astapa, they learned a very important message. That is, although Earl Derry was extremely insidious and cruel to his enemies, he was always generous and sincere to his own people. The most important thing is that everyone who worked under Earl Derry has now received rewards far beyond their expectations. Now Queen Daenerys' Kingsguard Captain Case and Unsullied Commander Roll were once just Earl Derry's attendants, the commander of the Royal Guards, Black Falcon Dorian, and the Deputy Commander Bronn were once just ordinary mercenaries. Earl Darren Grafson had nothing when he left Westeros with Earl Derry, and he is now the Minister of the Sea of the Royal Council, and is in charge of building a large-scale royal fleet. Even Queen Daenerys herself was just a commodity sold to Horse King Drogo by her brother and a trade governor in Pentos. Now, who among these people is not powerful? The reason is that they have obtained the promise of Lord Derry. And now, Lord Derry has also made a promise to Astapa. Fermor and Lysix know that whether they can obtain a glorious future depends on this war. In addition, Ian thought for a while and added, Slavers Bay will no longer capture slaves from the Finley tribe. They can also send people to the 3 cities of Slavers Bay to identify the members of the tribe who have become slaves. Once confirmed, these slaves will be released immediately. This condition, together with the previous conditions for the Finley tribe, is applicable to all mountain tribes. Isn't this condition too lenient? What if Meereen and Young K have objections? Fermor must know more about the GI's nobles and Slavers Bay than Ian and others. He knows that it is simply a dream to ask the great lords of Meereen to release the slaves in their hands. It's easy. Whoever has an opinion can be the vanguard. Go and take down the Kaiser Pass for me and hold it. Ian spread his hands. As long as they can do it, I promise not to say a word. Fermor laughed twice, then turned his head and stopped talking. Then let's continue. Ian did not hesitate and returned to the map. How is the military funds promised by Young K and Meereen? He looked at Celia. The first batch of 150,000 of the 400,000 brilliant coins have been transported from Young K to Astapa, and they said that the part that needs to be paid by Meereen will take time. Celia replied. The part of Meereen does need time. This time Meereen has lost too much money. Not only do they have to pay for the 4 Iron Legions of New Ghis, they also need to spend money to recruit mercenary groups and provide them with armor. Ian can guess without thinking that Meereen must be in chaos now. The Great Lords are shirking each other for who pays more and who pays less. That's human nature. Even when the rebels had reached the city, Chang Sin asked the wealthy ministers to donate money to raise military expenses, but the ministers were unwilling to donate. What's more, the centaurs were still far away in the Dothraki Sea. Now the Great Lords of Meereen were asked to come up with such a large sum of money? The situation in Meereen was a normal reaction. On the contrary, Young K actually raised the money so quickly, which surprised Ian. What about the movement of the Iron Legion? Ian continued to ask. The 4 Iron Legions of New Ghis have completed their assembly, but their navy is not enough to transport so many soldiers at once, so they plan to transport the army to Meereen into batches. They want to meet up with our army in Meereen. Chapter 253, The Centaurs' Marching Route. When will they all be in place? Not much earlier than the Centaurs. But their first 2 legions will definitely arrive in Meereen within a month. This is the promise of the New Ghis envoy, Rex OEMD. Time is very tight. Ian rubbed his hands. They have at least a navy capable of transporting 2 legions, while our army can only walk along the ancient Giscali coastal road. If we want to reach Meereen within a month, our vanguard must set out at the latest in a week. Please give me the honor of leading the vanguard, my lord. Legion Commander Lysix asked on the spot. I hope this honor belongs to me, my lord. Dorian the Black Falcon was not to be outdone, and said immediately afterwards. You don't have to fight for it, because the vanguard army will be commanded by me personally. Ian saw that several other Legion commanders were about to speak, and shook his head to interrupt them. Our army will only be divided into 2 groups to march towards Meereen. The first group will be led by me personally, including the 1st and 2nd Unsullied Legions, the 1st and 2nd Slavine Legions, the 1st Crossbow Regiment, and Calquigos KLSA. What about me? Dorian asked immediately. According to Ian's order just now, the Royal Guards Corps was not among them. The Royal Guards Corps will stay in Astapa to protect your queen. We are not even in the second group of troops to set out. This made it difficult for the young man who was eager to make achievements to accept. I have already told you what your mission is. Yes, sir. Dorian noticed the change in Ian's tone and realized that he was committing a taboo by raising questions in the combat meeting, so he quickly lowered his head. After we set off, the other legions stationed in Astapa will continue to obtain the newly produced equipment in the major workshops. The 3rd Unsullied Legion, the 4th and 5th Slavine Legions and the 2nd Crossbow Regiment will begin to march towards Meereen 1 month after we set off. Ian then continued to give orders. Isn't it too late? Lysix asked immediately. Well, what I mean is, where are you going to set the location of our decisive battle? Please look at the map. The comment area is pinned. Ian pointed to the large map hanging behind him again. There are 3 possible routes for Khal Drogo to Astapa from Vistothruk. First, cross the river at the middle fork of the Skahazaban River, pass through the Lazarene cities of Hesse and Kaisa, pass into the Slave Bay. This route will bypass most of Meereen and go directly into Yunque. If the military alliance in Slave Bay is not formed, this will be the result that the Meereenese will be most happy about, and the Yunqueese will be most reluctant to see. That's why you are willing to make friends with the Finley tribe, who controls the Kaisa Pass at all costs. With their help, our chances of defeating the centaurs at the Kaisa Pass will be greatly increased. Lysix agreed. It's just a precaution. Ian shook his head. The mountains are not suitable for the centaurs to march, and it is least likely that Khal Drogo will choose this route. The second route, Ian continued, after reaching the Skahazabane River, the centaurs can go all the way west along the river. There are farmlands of Meereen slaves all over the place. If they pass through here, it will be a devastating blow to Meereen's economy. Except for 2 narrow river valleys, most of the other land on this route is very suitable for cavalry marches, and they can easily obtain a large amount of supplies. It is most likely that Khal Drogo will choose this route. This is why the Meereenese would rather pay a huge price to us and hope that we can stop the centaurs in Leza. The third route, the centaurs are not in a hurry to go south to the Skahazabane River. They can bypass the northernmost section of the Giscari Mountains, not enter Leza, and directly reach the north bank of Meereen. This will scare the old guys in Meereen to death. Bronn, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke, causing the whole hall to laugh. Yes, this is also the possibility that the Meereenese fear the most. Ian tapped the table twice lightly, and the laughter in the whole hall stopped abruptly, and everyone instantly returned to a serious expression. So I guess that after we arrive in Meereen, the other 3 city-states, at least the commanders of Meereen and Yunque, will ask us to go out of the mountain pass to capture the Lazarin city of Hesse and station heavy troops there. When Khal Drogo gets the news, it is very likely that he will go straight to Hesse to find our main force for a decisive battle. In this way, the entire Slavers Bay will be spared from the war. Even if we lose, they can get enough buffer time to surrender to the Horse King and promise to help the Horse King contribute Astapa. Hesse is a city with only wooden walls. It has a scale of no more than 10,000 people, without sufficient food and safe water sources. Choosing Hesse in the Dothraki decision is basically equivalent to a field battle, and I heard that Khal Drogo has 50,000 roaring warriors. Lexix reminded. He also participated in the previous map drawing work, so he was very familiar with the various terrains along the Meereen-Skahazaban Valley Hesse line. You don't have that confidence? Ian raised his eyebrows. I do. We will definitely win. Lexix stood up straight and said loudly. But I don't. Ian complained in his heart. If he waited another 2 years, until his slave army was fully trained, until the weapons and armor mass produced by various workshops in Astapor were fully armed with his army, and until he had enough horses to form an entire cavalry army, perhaps Ian would go to fight such a large number of centaurs in the field. But now, don't make a fuss. The best strategy is to attack the enemy's strategy, the next best is to attack their alliances, and the next best is to attack their troops. The victorious army wins first, and then seeks battle, while the defeated army fights first, and then seeks victory. Solving problems through war is already a bad strategy, and fighting without the certainty of victory is the worst of the worst strategies. If there is no other choice, Ian will never choose such a plan. And Ian always has a choice. It's good to have confidence, but I won't let my soldiers die in vain. We are not going to Hesse. Ian smiled and waved his hand. We took the Kaiser Pass, only to block the Dothraki's route to the south. According to my plan, the final battlefield will either be in the Skahazaban Valley, where the narrowest part is only 3 kilometers wide. There we can arrange the spear array with a depth of more than 15 rows, while completely avoiding the possibility of enemy outflanking, which is enough to deal with any cavalry's frontal charge. Or it will be under the city of Meereen. The north of Meereen faces the river. We will line up with our backs to the city, and during the battle we can get fire support from the city walls and the navies of Meereen and New Ghis. Chapter 254 Express Delivery Urine. Only by luring Drogo to these 2 decisive battles can we win with the least loss. Although Ian said so, he was not sure about how to lure Drogo. If it was just Khal Drogo, then just repeatedly reminding him that he had kidnapped his wife would be enough to make him lose his mind. But Ian was worried whether there would be players in Drogo's army. If there were, then variables would always exist. But once Drogo approaches the valley, or arrives at the gates of Meereen, and does not choose a decisive battle at the first time, they will cause catastrophic damage to the surrounding areas of Meereen, and the Meereenese will not accept this plan. Fermor was a little worried. The command group will fall into endless debate. Ian knew this, of course, but he would rather risk the massacre of Meereen slaves in the western section of the Skahazaban River than the destruction of his own army. After the Meereen slaves were massacred, he could capture Lazarans to replenish them, and the farmland and forests that were destroyed could be replanted. But if the army was defeated, then all Ian's efforts so far would be in vain. I will settle the dispute in the command group, Ian said with a smile, and settled it once and for all. Does everyone have any other questions? Ian said, looking at the others. No, sir. No. Everyone shook their heads. Well, the meeting is adjourned now. You can go back and reorganize your troops. I will give the order to set out soon. Ian waved his hand, motioning everyone to leave. It was not until everyone in the hall had dispersed that Ian noticed that the Lord of Astapor, Fermor Monacris, was still here. Fermor? I remember I said that you will enter the highest command group of the coalition as a representative of Astapor and go with me this time. Ian smiled. Thank you for giving me this honor. Fermor performed a traditional Ghis salute. I will faithfully perform my duties. Well, is there anything you want to stay for? Ian asked puzzledly when he saw that Fermor still had no intention of leaving. Please accept my loyalty, my lord. To Ian's surprise, Fermor half knelt on the ground in the etiquette of the Knights of Westeros. What made you make such a decision? After the initial shock, Ian quickly regained his composure and asked with interest. Do you want to hear the truth, my lord? Fermor hesitated for a moment, but considering Ian's strong ability to see through lies, he finally gave up his previous excuse of numbering. If you are willing, I think it is a very dangerous thing to be your ally. Although Fermor decided to tell the truth, he still felt a little trembling when he really said it. It was indeed the truth. Ian resisted the urge to roll his eyes. But if I can become your subordinate, this danger will disappear. Fermor continued, with you, loyalty will always be rewarded accordingly. Do you still want the reward of Slavers Bay? If you and Her Majesty the Queen are leaving here and returning to Westeros, you will always need someone to help you manage Slavers Bay. What if we don't plan to leave? What if we plan to build a new empire here with Slavers Bay as a core? What are you going to do? This Ian's answer was indeed beyond Fermor's expectations. but he still replied, "I will still maintain my loyalty, and I believe that under the wings of your empire, the Nakros family will also be able to gain glory beyond any era. You are a smart man, my friend." Ian drew his sword and put it on Fermor's shoulder. "I accept your allegiance, and I promise you that it won't be long before your name will become Fermor's own Nakros. As for Slavers Bay, I really don't plan to leave within 2 years, but you can rest assured that we will return to Westeros sooner or later, and Slavers Bay will definitely belong to you then. You made a very wise decision. When the history books of later generations mention you, they will write that the dynasty of the Nakros family begins today." After saying that, Ian put the sword back into the scabbard and personally stepped forward to help Fermor up. "My lord." After Ian completed the ceremony, the water dancer Yada, who had entered the hall and waited for a while, spoke. "A Westeros noble who calls himself Euron Greyjoy drove a warship to the port of Astapor, claiming that he wants to meet Queen Daenerys. Crow's Eye Euron." Ian's eyes narrowed instantly. This is an extremely dangerous character. He has done all the bad things in the world, including kinslaying. In the 5th volume of the original novel, the Red God priest Makoro had seen many shadows threatening Daenerys in the flames. The most sinister one was a tall and twisted monster with a black eye and 10 long arms, sailing on the sea of blood, and this shadow was Euron. As the most dangerous pirate in the world, Ian did not know the truth of Euron's claim that his Serenity had sailed across the entire known world. But Ian was sure that this guy had once broken into the ruins of Valyria and explored the mansion of the ancient Dragon King and made a dragon horn called Dragonbinder and a set of Valyrian steel armor. Hehe, isn't this a career? It's better not to let such a dangerous monster run around. I'm getting rid of harm for the people. How could I be tempted by money? Bring him to the hall to see me." Ian ordered Yada, and then added, "Disarm all his weapons before entering the door, and then double the guards in the hall." "Yes." Yada took the order and left. "What is the origin of this Westeros noble? Why do you value him so much?" Fermor asked after Yada left. "Just a pirate." Ian glanced at the wooden door of the hall that was opened again, and the 10 unsullied who were entering. "By the way, have any of your merchant ships been robbed recently?" No. Fermor didn't react to what Ian meant for a moment. No. Ian stretched out a finger and shook it. "Yes, and not only your family, but also the merchant ships of the Lexix family were robbed. The pirates who attacked them were extremely cruel and slaughtered almost all the crew members, leaving only a few people who survived by chance." "What do you mean?" Fermor probably understood a little. The ship that attacked them was a red sloop with black sails and a mountless black iron virgin statue on the bow. Those pirates who attacked them couldn't speak, and their captain was a man with his left eye covered. Ian recalled the description of the Serenity and Euron in the original book and said, "Can you find those surviving sailors? As soon as possible." Chapter 255, Storm in the Sea of Smoke, Part 1. The guard who informed him was gone for half a day, which made Euron, who was waiting by the ship, gradually impatient. When had he ever been treated so lightly? "When I went to see someone before. Well, it seems that I haven't seen anyone for some years. Everyone I met in these years went to see the drowned god. From Iban to Asshai, no matter who saw my sails, they would pray." But Euron took a deep breath and decided to continue to be patient. Compared with the humiliation of being exiled by Balon in the Iron Islands, this little bit of neglect was nothing. As long as he won the heart of the queen who was said to have hatched a dragon, let alone the Iron Islands, the whole of Westeros, no, the whole world would crawl at his feet in the future. Thinking of this, Euron began to be grateful for the storm they encountered on the Sea of Orus. If the storm had not destroyed the 2 warships he was traveling with, causing most of their supplies to be lost, he might have gone straight to Bravos after leaving the Sea of Smoke. Just 2 months ago, when they were exploring the ruins of Valyria, their ship was brought to the ruined city of Orus on the north shore of the Sea of Smoke by a strange storm. It was once the 2nd largest city of the Valyrian freehold. Its prosperity during its peak period was second only to the capital of Valyria itself. It was also the place with the most dragon kings living besides the city of Valyria. In Euron's original plan, he did not want to explore Orus, but the lost city of Valyria itself. He went straight to the city of Valyria during his first exploration of the Sea of Smoke. However, after Euron's fleet entered the Sea of Smoke and bypassed the ruined city of Telia, it sailed through the fragmented peninsula for less than 200 nautical miles. Most of the crew members on the ship began to be cursed one after another. It took them less than 3 days from the onset of the disease to death. This forced Euron to give up his first adventure. After that, most of the sailors who participated in Euron's first adventure died in the following months, and only Euron himself survived miraculously. This made him begin to believe that he was protected by the drowned god. So in the second year, Euron prepared for the second adventure in the Sea of Smoke. This time, he did not dare to go to Valyria, the center of the doomsday catastrophe, but chose Telia on the south coast of the Sea of Smoke as his target. This time, the situation of the crew was indeed much better. Although sailors were still cursed and died from time to time, most of his crew members were normal. This made Euron conclude that the intensity of the Valyrian doomsday curse gradually decreased from the center of Valyria. Therefore, Euron began to explore the Sea of Smoke with confidence, but the strange thing was that he had confirmed the location of Telia on the ancient map countless times, but he never found the city. After sailing in the Sea of Smoke for 3 months, Euron found that more and more sailors began to show symptoms of the curse. In order to avoid not being able to control his ship on the return journey, he had to give the order to return. But this time Euron was not completely without gain. While sailing in the Sea of Smoke, he found a strange storm here. Most of the ships that have sailed into the Sea of Smoke in recent years have never been able to leave, and humans have been unable to find the secrets of the ancient ruined cities on the map. It seems that they are in this storm. More than 3 months ago, Euron was ready for his third adventure in the Sea of Smoke. He led 3 ships, including the Serenity, from Volantis and entered the Sea of Smoke again. This time, he was lucky enough to be brought into the city of Orys on the north shore of the Sea of Smoke by the storm. Here, Euron discovered the mansion of an ancient dragon king, in which he found boxes of gems, ancient Valyrian gold coins, a legendary dragon horn, a set of Valyrian steel armor, and a dragon egg. After getting all this, and successfully escaping from the Sea of Smoke, Euron was originally going to sail directly to Bravos. There, he was going to use the dragon egg to exchange with the Sea King for the order for the Faceless Man to assassinate his eldest brother, Balon Greyjoy. But after he lost the ship that transported supplies, the food on the Serenity was not even enough to support him to sail to Volantis for supplies, so he had to choose to sail east, and came to the small port built by the New Ghis on the ruins of the ancient city of Varys on Cedar Island Rest. It was there that he heard the news of the Dragon Queen's arrival in Astapa from the New Ghis sailors. At first, Euron thought it was an absurd joke. After all, before entering the Sea of Smoke this time, he had just heard in Volantis that Pentos had fallen, and the last 2 remnants of the Targaryen family had been buried with Pentos. And the little girl who had been buried in the Sea of Fire has now transformed into the Dragon Queen. She not only has dragons, but also the Unsullied Army and the Iron Legion. Now the entire Slavers Bay and New Ghis have joined her alliance to fight against the Horse King who destroyed Pentos. Euron didn't think it was funny, so he told the sailor who told him the joke in his own way. He pierced the sailor's head with a spear and stuck it on the roof of the tavern. His provocative behavior attracted the siege of the defenders of Verisport, and then Euron bloodbathed the entire port and successfully bought the supplies he needed for $0. But when he was about to turn around and go to Bravos, he was surprised to find that all the captives' confessions were consistent about dragons, the Unsullied, the Iron Legion and the Alliance of Ghis. So Euron temporarily suppressed his doubts and decided to come to Astapa to see for himself. When the Serenity sailed into the ancient port of Slavers Bay, the orderly heavy guards on the dock and the flags with black backgrounds and red 3-headed dragons on the towers seemed to prove to him that the rumors were true. Then why did he exchange dragon eggs for faceless men? As long as he could conquer this little queen and let her help him hatch the eggs into dragons, and then with his own dragon binder horn, he would become a dragon knight. A dragon knight in every sense. Lord Greyjoy, Her Majesty the Queen invites you. A voice suddenly interrupted Euron's fantasy. He looked up and found that an unsullied captain who seemed to come from the Pyramid District had come to him. Can my men bring the gifts I prepared for Her Majesty? Euron said, pointing to the 3 pine boxes that had been moved to the deck. I believe Her Majesty will be delighted by this. That's your freedom. The Unsullied captain did not receive relevant orders, but as Ian's guard, he knew that 8 out of 10 people Ian met would bring gifts, and Ian always accepted them all, so he did not refuse Euron's proposal to bring gifts. Soon, almost 10 sailors carried the boxes and followed Euron's pace, walking towards Ian's pyramid. After crossing the port, Euron saw a total of 3 military camps on the roadside. There was no high wall between the military camps and the city, and he could easily see the soldiers training on the parade grounds. How great would it be if all these armies belonged to me? Euron's heart was burning. Then they crossed Pride Square and came to Ian's pyramid. Chapter 256, Storm in the Sea of Smoke, Part 2. According to the rules, you cannot bring weapons in, my lord. The Unsullied guarding the door stopped Euron. What is this rule? Euron frowned deeply. There is no such rule in Westeros. In Westeros, the guest rights are used to ensure the safety of guests and hosts. That is, whether commoners or nobles, when a guest comes to the host's house as a guest, as long as he accepts the bread and salt provided by the host during the subsequent guest period, both parties shall not harm each other. Violators will violate the sacred law and will be intolerable by the new and old gods. Therefore, there has never been a tradition of confiscating visitors' weapons in Westeros. Even the king will not. In Slaver's Bay, although there is no such thing as guest rights, the self-proclaimed martial GI's people usually use gorgeous weapons as decorations, and they also have no tradition of confiscating visitors' weapons. After hesitating for a while, Euron handed over his sword. All weapons, my lord. The Unsullied reminded. Euron drew a waist knife and 2 hand axes from his waist and handed them out. All weapons, my lord. The Unsullied reminded again. That's all. Euron pulled out another dagger from his boot, resisted the urge to stab the dagger into the head of the eunuch in front of him, and handed it over. Thank you for your cooperation, my lord. The Unsullied said, but did not order the guards to make way. Next, we need to search him. Are you humiliating me? Euron felt that the violent blood in his body was boiling. This is the rule, my lord. The Unsullied said respectfully, but his attitude was not willing to give in at all. Very good, very good. I will remember you. When I fuck your bitch queen, I will make you eunuchs pay the price. Euron spread his hands and signaled the Unsullied to come up and search him. Soon the Unsullied completed the search of Euron and only spoke again after confirming that he had no weapons on him. Your followers also need to hand in all their weapons, my lord. Give them to them. Euron turned around and ordered his men. The Unsullied guarding the pyramid confirmed that Euron and his party had completely disarmed before letting them enter the pyramid. After entering Ian's hall, Euron felt something was wrong almost immediately. The 2 sides of the hall were filled with guards. If this was a royal ceremony, it would be fine, but the person sitting on the main seat in the hall was not the little queen. To be precise, it was not even a woman. I'm here to ask to see Queen Daenerys. Euron finally couldn't hold back his irritability at this moment and asked loudly, what do you mean? This is Lord Ian Derry, the Queen's Hand of Her Majesty Daenerys. When Her Majesty is away, the Lord Earl will fully represent the Queen. Miss Andy, the little translator standing next to Ian, said, you can't represent the Queen. What can you do on behalf of the Queen? Hatching dragons or being ridden by me? Euron shook his head. I demand to see the Queen herself. I'm afraid we can't fulfill your wish for now. Is this your name, Euron Greyjoy? Ian asked casually. A pirate? What do you want to say? A bad premonition rose in Euron's heart. I come from the great Greyjoy family. I demand to see the Queen. He reiterated. A pirate exiled by the Greyjoy family. You are not even qualified to use the Greyjoy family emblem. Stronger than a bastard whose family has been destroyed. Euron narrowed his eyes. He had seen that the so-called Queen's Hand in front of him wanted to humiliate him, so he was not willing to be outdone. Maybe, but it's not important. I asked someone to bring you to this hall for other things. Ian didn't comment. Not to mention that he was already past the age of being irritated. He himself was not a member of the Derry family. Lord Fermor, please bring your sailors up. If this is your way of entertaining guests, please forgive me for not accompanying you any longer. Euron's uneasy premonition became stronger and stronger. He turned and walked towards the door of the hall, wanting to leave this place. Unexpectedly, the Unsullied standing at the door quickly formed a shield wall there, blocking his way. At the same time, Euron also heard the sound of fighting from outside the door. No, it was not a fight, but a one-sided massacre. Because his dumb men who carried the gifts had no weapons, there was no sound of swords colliding outside, nor was there any screaming. But Euron still clearly heard the sound of flesh and blood being cut by iron, which was once his favorite sound. What on earth do you want to do? Euron turned around and looked at the young man sitting on the main seat. I'm a guest of Her Majesty the Queen, a nobleman from Westeros. I come with a gift for the Queen. Euron couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure out why the other party would do this, how dare they do this, and where the hostility in the young man's eyes came from. Hasn't the night shadow water you have been drinking for a long time made you see today's ending in your imagination? Ian chuckled. If you murder me and loot my ship, it will set a very bad precedent for all the people of Westeros. Ian's smile made Euron shudder, and he could only warn loudly, no noble in Westeros will dare to come to Her Majesty the Queen in the future. When you land in Westeros, no noble will dare to surrender to you. Murder? Looting? It's really funny to hear these words coming from a pirate. Ian paused. No, this is just a trial of pirates. Don't you care about the Queen's reputation at all? Hanging pirates is to defend the Queen's reputation. Fermor, who was standing aside, interrupted. Let me introduce you. The lord who just spoke is Fermor Monacros, the lord of Astapa. By the way, I forgot to tell you that Astapa does not belong to Queen Daenerys, so the law that judges you now, Ian said, standing up and giving up his seat to Fermor, is the law of the ruler of Astapa and the people of Gis. So what do you want to judge me for? Euron looked at the Unsullied guarding the gate again, knowing that there was no hope of escape. Plundering merchant ships and killing sailors. Fermor, who had already sat in Ian's seat, said, and then turned to the sailors who had been brought to the stage. Tell us what happened to you. My lord, you must make the decision for us. So several sailors came forward one by one, and began to tell the story of how the ship they served was plundered by Euron's Serenity, how Euron slaughtered their crew members, and how they escaped in humiliation. The facts are very clear. What else do you want to defend? Fermor asked after the sailor finished the story. You're lying. I never leave anyone alive on any ship I plunder. Euron just showed a disdainful expression. So you admit your plundering behavior? You have already used such despicable means to frame me. What difference does it make, whether I admit it or not? Euron's eyes passed over Fermor who was presiding over the trial and once again fell on Ian who was standing aside. Before you commit this shameful murder, can you let me die knowingly? When did I offend you? Defaming someone irrelevant will not wash away your crimes. Pirate, Fermor certainly couldn't sit idly by and watch Euron continue to speak. In front of all the nobles of Astapa here, we have shown you the evidence of your guilt. Now, Euron Greyjoy, do you plead guilty? I have a secret that you will definitely be interested in. Euron once again ignored Fermor and said to Ian, I want to use my secret in exchange for a chance to live. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 One-Stop Service. You can try to see if your secret can convince me. Ian raised his eyebrows. Euron's reaction was within his expectations. In this case, Euron's only choice for survival was to use the secret he found in the ruins of Valyria. Ian was undoubtedly interested in this secret. This is why Ian gave the right of trial to Lord Fermor. I'm the one who is interested in your secret, and it is the law of the Gis people who judges you. How can I control whether they will let you go? Although Fermor had knelt down and sworn allegiance to him not long ago, Ian did not let him tell anyone about it. Before taking Meereen and Yunke, it is better for Fermor and himself to maintain an alliance relationship. Seeing Ian's attitude, Euron breathed a sigh of relief. If you are interested, there is room for maneuver. He believes that no one in the world can resist the treasure of ancient Valyria, especially when this person serves a Valyrian Dragon King. I have solved the secret of the Valyrian ruins. Euron said loudly, I know when to enter the Sea of Smoke to avoid the invasion of the Doomsday Curse, and I know how to use the storms of the Sea of Smoke to find those lost cities. Although those ancient cities on the peninsula have been destroyed by the Doomsday Catastrophe, there are still amazing wealth in the ruins. What did you say? Before Ian answered, Fermor and other Ghis nobles were the first to lose their patience and began to whisper. Before coming to Astapor, Euron saw the reaction of the crowd and knew that they had taken the bait. My ship had been in the Sea of Smoke for nearly 2 months. During this period, I successfully used the laws of the storms in the Sea of Smoke to pass through the fog and found the ruins of the city of Orys on the north coast of the Sea of Smoke. There I found the gift for Queen Daenerys this time, a box of ancient Valyrian gold coins, a box of ancient Valyrian silver coins, 3 gems and a dragon egg. Euron said that he had discovered the laws of the storms in the Sea of Smoke, which was of course false. He was able to reach Orys purely by luck, but what does it matter? As long as what he had gained in Orys was verified, who would doubt what he said? Confirm this. Fermor ordered a guard. The guard immediately left the hall through the small door, detoured to the outside of the gate, checked the boxes brought by Euron's followers who had been killed, and then returned to the hall with the beautiful stone, called a dragon egg. Lord Derry, you have seen a dragon egg before. Take a look at this thing. Fermor said as he handed the dragon egg to Ian. Is it a dragon egg? Ian held it in his hands and looked at it carefully. He had seen 3 dragon eggs of Illyrio, 1 dark green, 1 milky white, and 1 black, but the egg brought by Euron at this moment looked more beautiful than the other 3. Its overall color was a shining gold, and the egg had a red spiral pattern like a flame. Sunfire? Ian inexplicably remembered the dragon that once belonged to King Aegon II and was called the most beautiful dragon in the history of Westeros. The pattern of this egg was very similar to the Sunfire in Ian's impression. Of course, this does not mean that this egg has anything to do with Yangayan. It is not surprising to find any kind of dragon egg in the Dragon King's mansion in the ruins of Valyria. Lord Derry? Fermor saw that Ian was in a daze, so he asked again. Yes, this is a dragon egg. Ian recovered and nodded to acknowledge the authenticity of the dragon egg. Then Ian looked at Euron with his eyes shining. Your soul should have reached the strength to hatch eggs, right? It's really thoughtful, my friend, to pack the dragon eggs and sacrifices and send them to me. Really a one-stop service? Seeing Ian's eager eyes, Euron finally put his mind at ease. You kid has finally taken the bait. So this pirate really went to the ruins of Valyria with dragon eggs and boxes of gold coins from the ancient empire as evidence. Is there any doubt? The nobles of Astapor who attended the trial were immediately excited. Quiet, Fermor whispered to the nobles, then turned to Euron. So, what is the secret? The laws of the Smoky Sea Storm are too complicated to be explained verbally. I can only make a judgment on the spot after seeing them, so. Euron paused. How about our cooperation? Give me a fleet, and I will explore the ruins of ancient Valyria for Queen Daenerys again. At that time, we will be able to use the wealth of the ancient empire to build an indestructible army for your majesty. You are really a little smart guy. Once you return to the sea, I will be the one to be afraid. It's a very attractive proposal. Ian nodded. Thank you, Lord Euron Greyjoy. You have successfully proved your value. So, we have reached an agreement? Euron smiled. If you can survive the trial of the Ghis, I will definitely ask Her Majesty to enthrone you as a Duke of Pike City and give you a fleet. Ian's face remained unchanged, still with a professional fake smile. Trial? Euron's smile froze on his face. What trial? Haven't we already? Trial for your pirate crimes, my lord. Ian interrupted Euron. I look forward to working with you, but today's trial belongs to Astapor. I can't take over the show. This is an act of usurpation. Of course, I will try to plead with Lord Fermor for you, Ian said and turned to Fermor. Then your excellency the lord of the city, are you willing to give me a favor and let this man go? No, Lord Derry. Fermor was actually very excited about the secrets of the ruins of Valyria and Euron's proposal. If he were to make the decision, he would definitely agree to Euron's request without hesitation. But Ian had given him a death order before, and Euron must not walk out of this hall alive. Although Fermor didn't know why Ian made such a decision, he knew that he only needed to obey. The lives of the Gia's crew cannot be bought back with benefits, and the provocation to the Harpy cannot be forgiven. Fermor raised his voice, righteously rejected Ian, and then turned to Euron. Euron Greyjoy, now in the name of Fermor Monacros, the master of Astapor, I sentence you to death. You damned bunch. Euron heard this, and his instinct told him that he was completely fooled. Execute him immediately. Fermor ignored Euron's abuse and ordered loudly. The Unsullied standing next to Euron seemed to be well prepared. As soon as Fermor finished speaking, he immediately took action. Chapter 258 Black Mucus. Euron came to see the queen this time, and he didn't think there would be a fight, so he didn't wear his armor. In just a moment, several spears pierced Euron's thighs and abdomen from behind. The last Astapor executioner walked out of the Unsullied and cut Euron's neck with a scimitar. Euron fell to the ground. Euron is dead. Where has he been? What did he touch? What is the secret of the Smoky Sea Storm? All this may never be solved. So many secrets were buried, and Ian felt a little sorry in his heart. But no matter how many times he came, he would still make the same choice. Because this guy is too terrible, not because of his cunning and cruel character, but a kind of horror derived from mystery. No one knows what unknown existence this captain who claims to have sailed to every corner of the known world has encountered, and no one knows how he entered the Smoky Sea and the ruins of Valyria, and escaped the curse. In short, in the entire world of ice and fire, Euron is the character that Ian thinks he has the least control over. From the moment his Serenity entered the port of Astapor, Ian had already wanted to kill him. Lord Fermor, can you leave the body of this pirate to me? He is a nobleman of Westeros after all, and I hope to give him a decent funeral. Ian took a deep breath and said to Fermor, my lord, Lord Derry, this is your power. Fermor had no objection. Take this body. Ian walked down the steps and just opened his mouth to give an order to the Unsullied beside Euron, but suddenly found that after Euron's body was covered with blood, it began to ooze out some kind of greasy black substance. What the hell is this? Ian just took a look at the thing and instantly felt sick and nauseous. They dared not leave the body as a sacrifice. Burn him. Ian immediately roared to the Unsullied around him. Burn him. Use the fire on the wall to burn this thing immediately. Ian could not remember how long it had been since he had lost his composure like this. It was not a fake hysteria, but a real loss of composure. Nausea, fear, and even despair. Ian suddenly felt a little unsteady on his feet. He staggered back, still muttering, burn him. But what made Ian even more desperate was that the Unsullied standing next to Euron not only did not immediately take the torches on the wall, but inexplicably killed each other. The whole hall suddenly fell into chaos. Looking at the reactions of these people, Ian remembered that his mental power was as high as 40. When facing the unknown existence flowing out of Euron's body, he was still severely affected. What about the ordinary people in the hall whose average mental power was only 3? In a trance, Ian heard a burst of hurried footsteps behind him on the left, and he instinctively flashed in the opposite direction. The next moment, a spear pierced through the place where his head had just been. Ian did not hesitate and grabbed the handle of the spear with his backhand, then drew out a dagger with his right hand and stabbed it into the neck of the Unsullied who attacked him. Although the Unsullied, who were Ian's guards, were equipped with the best half-body plate armor because they would not wear helmets and throat guards in the pyramid, Ian found the attacker's weakness as soon as he arrived. After killing the Unsullied, Ian drew out his sword and stood guard on the spot. Ian himself was now in an armorless state, and it was simply a pipe dream to want to deal with so many Unsullied in such an environment. Fortunately, after those Unsullied fell into a fight with each other, they did not attack Ian together. In other words, the black mucus can only make people lose their minds, but cannot control anyone. What the hell is this? Exclamation mark. I haven't heard of such a thing in the world of ice and fire. Is this the secret of Euron's ability to escape the doomsday curse of Valyria? Or is it the curse itself? Ian could not get an answer, and now is not the time to explore this matter. Do you want to escape? Ian looked at the small door next to him. The guards there were already caught up in a melee. No one noticed him. If he wanted to sneak away, he would have a chance. But Ian then looked at the Astapor nobles who were fighting each other. He did not give them the power to bring weapons into the pyramid, so they were not in great danger for the time being. but if he left like this, he would not be able to send troops in after he got outside. Then everyone in this room would eventually die. At that time, he would not be able to wash away the crime of bloodbathing the Astapa nobles, and the Ghis alliance would most likely collapse. So, he had to get rid of that thing. Ian concentrated his energy as much as he could and trotted to the wall, but looking at the oil lamp hanging steadily on it, he didn't know how to get that thing down for a while. Should he grab it with his hands? Ian didn't care about whether he would get burned. The key was that Ian didn't dare to look at the black mucus on the corpse again. He was afraid that, if he looked at it again, he would lose his mind like everyone else. In this way, he had no way to avoid the attacks of the crazy Unsullied in the center of the hall and throw the flames accurately onto Euron's body. Is it impossible? Sure enough, he could only escape and set fire to the entire hall from the outside and abandon these Astapa nobles. Ian could clearly feel the increasing mental pressure on him, and he knew he had to make a decision immediately. Wait, burn from the outside? This is the top of the pyramid. The nobles of Astapa are all on the side close to the main seat, and Euron's body is in the middle of the hall. The next moment, Ian's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the ground. About 10 seconds later, a dragon roar sounded, and then the red bricks on the wall melted like butter, leaving a big hole. The blazing dragon flame penetrated the ancient brick wall and swept into the pyramid, swallowing the black matter on Euron's body and the Unsullied standing in the middle of the hall. The heat wave slapped Ian's face, and the news of the mental oppression finally made him temporarily relieved. Afterwards, the black dragon iron flew into the hole through the big hole he made in the wall, and gave another dragon flame to Euron's body and other Unsullied who were still nearby, to prevent the black slime from escaping, by parasitizing other people in the chaos just now. Through the vision of the black dragon iron, Ian clearly saw that Euron's body and the black slime had been completely burned, and then he lifted the shifting state of the black dragon. But he knew that everything was not over yet, because he didn't know whether the mental impact of the black substance on the nobles of Astapa was temporary or permanent. If all the nobles in this hall were crazy, Ian couldn't imagine it. He could only stand up staggeringly, and then walked quickly towards the group of nobles who seemed to have collapsed on the ground because of exhaustion. Lord Derry, how are you? Are you not injured? Ian just came to Fermor, and heard the other party's greeting. Finding that Fermor was still rationally Ian's first big stone in his heart fell, so at least Astapa and the Ghis alliance itself would not have any problems. Chapter 259 Special Achievements. Did you know in advance that it was a monster, so you insisted on killing him? After everyone followed the Unsullied who came in later and evacuated the top of the pyramid, Fermor asked Ian again. Yes, I knew he was a monster, but... Ian smiled and replied, but I never dreamed that he would have such a terrible thing on him. So you don't know what the black liquid is? Fermor asked immediately. Ian did not answer, but shook his head. Calm down the other nobles for me, and I will explain it to you later. Ian patted Fermor on the shoulder. Yes, sir. Fermor also saw Ian's irritability at the moment, so he temporarily suppressed his doubts and said goodbye. After seeing Fermor off, Ian returned to the study alone and half lying on a chair, to rest for a while. Ian actually had a vague guess about what the black mucus on Euron was. The original author Martin once created a race called the Deep Ones to pay tribute to the Cthulhu mythology. Ian suspected that the mucus was related to this race. Although the Deep Ones have only been described as legends, and have not actually appeared in the original books, all the books in the Ice and Fire series themselves only show the tip of the iceberg of this world. Mr. Sillon of Westeros once described this race in detail in his manuscript Strange Stone. He described it as a strange, deformed half-human race, the product of the combination of creatures born from the salt sea and human women, and hinted that this sea salt creature is the true body of the drowned god. As a pirate who worships the drowned god, and has sailed to every corner of the known world, it is very likely that the black liquid on his body is related to the Deep Ones. In addition, Mr. Sillon also believes that the ancient Blackstone throne ceased and seat in the Iron Islands and the ancient Blackstone fortress under the base of the towering Tower of Voltown are the masterpieces of the Deep Ones. There are also claims that the Blackstone originated from another race called Labyrinth Builders, but there are legends that the Labyrinth Builders were destroyed by the Deep Ones. And there may be some unknown connection between them. The black mucus that flowed out of Euron's body gave Ian the feeling of an oily black stone that had come alive. Of course, this was just a guess without evidence. The original works of the entire Ice and Fire series had too few descriptions of these legendary races, and Ian could not draw any conclusions at all. If it was before, Ian had no interest in these various alien creatures in the world of Ice and Fire, but this sudden attack sounded a wake-up call for Ian. He might not be interested in these messy things, but what about other players? If other players find a way to obtain some unknown power, how can he defend against it? Shaking his head, Ian forced himself to suppress the anxiety in his heart. In any case, no matter how strong this unknown race is, it is not that strong, including the deep diver used to pay tribute to the mythology of the Kel system. The probability that this race can really lead to the Old Ones or the Outer Gods is zero. Martin paid tribute to too many works in Ice and Fire, but nothing really affected the power system of this world itself. In the world of Ice and Fire, only the Lord of Light and the Old Gods, perhaps the ancient god of cold can also be considered, have real power. The others are not up to paragraph. For example, the black slime just now, since it can be destroyed by dragon flame, how high can its status be? Suddenly, Ian heard the system prompt sound in his mind. He logged into the system and found an extra email in his mailbox. First discovery of legendary species, Deep Diver, achieved the special achievement Exploration of the World of Ice and Fire, 1/7, and received 30 points. Is it really a deep diver? No, shouldn't deep divers be creatures? Can that black thing be considered a creature? Or does it mean that, as long as you touch the creations or magical products of a legendary species, you can be considered to have discovered the species? This question is beyond your authority. Annie, the system AI, answered in Ian's mind. I didn't ask you at all. Ian rolled his eyes. Of course, he didn't expect Annie to answer such a question. Without thinking too much, Ian looked at the email again. He noticed that there was a 1/7 after the achievement name Exploration of the World of Ice and Fire. Needless to say, it should mean that there are a total of 7 exploration achievements in this series. Mr. Martin's favorite number is 7. I don't know if the game planner is paying tribute to him. It is already known that one of the achievements is the Deep Diver, so what will the other 6 be? Child of the Forest, Labyrinth Builder, Winged Man? A knock on the door interrupted Ian's thinking. Come in, my lord. We have taken down the Serenity. The unsullied officer in charge of guarding the port pushed the door and came to Ian. How is the damage to the ship? Ian asked. We hardly fought. After we informed the crew of Euron's death, they surrendered quickly. Euron's death made them happy. Unexpected answer. Ian thought that the Serenity would resist so fiercely that the port guards had to bombard the ship with coastal defense equipment. But it was understandable that the sailors surrendered. After all, they fought for Euron out of fear. No one would be truly loyal to a man who had pulled out his tongue. Where is the harvest? Ian continued to ask. It has all been moved into the pyramid. Take me to see. Soon, Ian followed the unsullied officer to another hall. In the center of the hall, a large horn, 2 large boxes and 6 small boxes were neatly arranged. The twisted horn was 6 feet long from head to toe, shining with black light, covered with stripes of red gold and Valyrian black steel, and engraved with strange Valyrian magic runes on the stripes. The surface of the horn was smooth and shiny. Ian stood in front of the horn and could see his reflection on it. Dragon horn, dragon binder. Legend has it that the ancient Valyrian dragon king used this horn and spell to control the dragon. But it seems that I can't use it for the time being. If there are more dragons in the future, maybe it will be useful one day. Open them. Ian walked away from the horn, waved his hand, and gave the unsullied an order. Soon, all the boxes were opened one by one. The first large box contained various ornaments and utensils in the style of ancient Valyria. Ian took out 2, and found that they were indeed the luxury of the people of Ghis today, at least not comparable to that of Astapor. Ian could not measure the value of the entire box of ornaments for the time being, but he knew that he would no longer need to listen to Celia's nagging about financial issues every day in the short term. Chapter 260 seized. The second big box contained a set of soap-colored armor. Ian took out the soap-colored armor, and it felt as light as a thin silk shirt. It was an extremely gorgeous scale armor, with scales as black as ink, and each scale was deliberately carved to look like dragon scales. The edges of the scales were red gold, shining in the sun. Ian looked carefully, and found some vortexes, hieroglyphs and mysterious symbols etched on the steel of the armor. Valyrian steel armor. Ian couldn't help but whisper. Such a set of armor exclusive to the Dragon King is worth at least a city. Of course, no one can afford it. The only buyers Ian can think of are probably the Iron Bank and the Emperor of Yidi. Putting the Valyrian steel armor back into the big box for the time being, Ian turned to look at the other small boxes. The first box contained gems such as agate, amethyst, jade, ruby, jet, and jasper. Cat's eye, tourmaline, tiger's eye, and sapphire were piled in it, filling the entire box. Since the prices of various gems vary, the value of the contents of this box is still unknown. The remaining 5 small boxes are all filled with ancient Valyrian gold coins, which are smaller than gold dragons and larger than Myreen's brilliant coins. Ian picked up one, and weighed it in his hand, estimating that it should weigh about 4 grams. Each box can contain more than 60,000 such gold coins. The last box was not full, but the 5 boxes together should have about 300,000 ancient gold coins. Ian could only say that it was worthy of being the mansion of the Dragon King. Even the last Dragon King who lived in Oris instead of Valyria was not ordinary rich. Then, Ian looked at the table on the side. The Unsullied moved all the things in Euron's room and the Serenity according to Ian's orders. There were not many things on Euron's desk. Almost all of them were nautical charts. Ian flipped through it casually, and soon a map of the 1,000 islands in the northern Trembling Sea caught Ian's attention. Although the topography on this map deviates from the official atlas that Ian memorized before entering this world, this is due to the limitations of this era itself. The point is that the markings on Euron's map are far more detailed than those on the official atlas. There are more than 300 islands in this archipelago, and Euron's map marks nearly 40 of them. It can be imagined that he has been there for a long time. Considering that the residents of the 1,000 Islands worship a fish-headed god covered with scales, Ian can't help but wonder if Euron's stuff was contaminated there. After flipping through a few more maps, Ian ordered these charts to be well preserved. In a sense, the maps collected by pirates like Euron who have sailed to countless places are also a considerable fortune. Ian plans to collect these things and study them carefully when he has time. Is that all? Ian asked after checking. In addition, there are some silver coin boxes, the Unsullied immediately reported, but Lady Celia said that the silver coins don't need to be moved to your inspection, and the money has been directly added to the treasury. When did Celia find you? Ian didn't care about the silver coins, because compared with the things piled here, silver coins and the like were really not worth mentioning. Just now, after the dragon attacked the hall at the top of the pyramid, the whole of Astapa was alarmed, and Lady Celia came at that time. Yes, the movement just now was a bit loud, maybe. Where is Queen Daenerys? Was she also alarmed? Yes, my lord. Her Majesty the Queen is very anxious, and she wanted to come to you as soon as possible, but Lady Celia stopped His Majesty. Now Lady Celia has accompanied His Majesty back to His Majesty, and she asked you to deal with all the problems, and then go to see them immediately. The Unsullied replied. Deal with all the problems. Ian heard this, and his good mood just now, because of the huge wealth he had gained, quickly sank, because the change just now brought him a big problem. Ian's current mental power determines that when he maintains a Shappa shifting connection with NPC Koru, he must disconnect from all other Shappa shifting partners, and vice versa. Just now in the hall, in order to eliminate the black mucus related to the deep one in Euron's body, he had to cut the connection with Koru in a hurry, which released enough mental power to Shappa shift the black dragon iron. The problem Ian faces now is that, although the Shappa shifting connection can be maintained at a long distance, the Shappa shifting must be established within a very close range. For example, just now Ian was in the top floor hall, and the black dragon iron was in the garden at the top. The distance of less than 10 meters between the two allowed Ian to directly control the black dragon. But Koru, according to the time, is estimated to be about to arrive in Myreen at this time. If he wants to re-establish a Shappa shifting connection with Koru, either Ian rushes to Myreen now, or asks someone to go to Myreen to find Koru back. It is definitely unrealistic for Ian to rush to Meereen directly now. Not to mention that as the commander of the army, he will soon set out with the army. It is too dangerous to use his original body to abandon his own forces and go out alone. But in the same way, it is meaningless to ask someone to go to Meereen to call Karlu back and then send him to Meereen after changing his shape. After this process is completed, it is estimated that Ian's army has already arrived in Meereen. According to Ian's plan, he originally planned to use the 1-month time difference that Karlu arrived in Meereen earlier than himself to find out the current situation in Meereen, try to bribe some Meereen nobles, and incite other Meereen nobles to destroy the alliance first, giving himself an excuse to seize Meereen. At the same time, he also planned to use Karlu to find out the situation of Meereen's urban structure in advance and find weaknesses that are easy to attack. Ian's purpose of asking Meereen to send at least 8,000 troops to help fight against the Horse King is not to really expect them to be of much use in fighting against the Horse King, but to use this to trick Meereen's city defense forces and the private soldiers stockpiled by the major great lords in the pyramid to come out of the city. In this way, he could easily seize Meereen in the name of clearing saboteurs and protecting the Ghis alliance and completely control the large and small pyramids in the city, and then seize the command of the Meereen army that had been deceived outside the city. With his family controlled by Ian and the centaurs already pressing in, the Great Lord had no choice. But now, time does not allow Ian to go to Meereen in advance to make a delicate and detailed layout, which is tantamount to announcing the bankruptcy of this plan. Forget it. Ian shook his head. This matter can only be figured out later. Take me to find the queen. It's a pity that Euron's body is gone. Otherwise at least I can use him to hatch a dragon to compensate for my loss. Alas. Chapter 261 Yunque. After marching for 12 days along the ancient Giscari coastal road from Astapor, Ian's scouts finally saw the city of Yunque, which is famous for producing bed slaves. Like Astapor, the second largest city in Slavers Bay is also built with ancient bricks. The difference between them is that Astapor uses red bricks, while Yunque uses yellow bricks. On the seemingly crumbling walls of Yunque, the two wise lords, Graston Moeras and Yazan Zoquagos, who had been waiting for a long time, also saw the scout cavalry appearing outside the city gate. Is this the cavalry you praised before? Yazan Zoquagos asked Graston, who had visited Astapor as an envoy of Yunque. After he came back, he had been praising the Westeros Earl named Derry and his army. They are Dothraki people, and they have mastered the most exquisite riding and archery since childhood. Graston Moeras's tone was particularly respectful. Although the Lord Yazan standing in front of him was wearing the same golden tasseled toca robe as he was, Yazan was the richest man in Yunque and the most powerful sage after the Grand Marshal of Yunque, Akazo Yazak. And now, Graston continued, Lord Derry has put them in armor and made them obey every command of the commander like the Unsullied. What an interesting person to let the Dothraki wear armor. It's a pity that I can't buy him to expand my collection. Yazan laughed, and his fat body and the sedan chair under him were shaking, almost crushing the 4 slaves carrying the sedan chair to stand. Yazan Zoquags usually traveled in a luxurious sedan chair carried by 40 slaves, but this time he wanted to see this invincible army that Graston touted as the savior of Ghis, so he condescended to change to a sedan chair that could go up to the city wall. He is obsessed with collecting freaks, and often buys deformed slaves to enrich his collection, such as dwarves, hermaphrodites, and even slaves with 2 heads from Mataris. Perhaps in Yazan's eyes, Ian, who can make the Dothraki wear armor, can also be regarded as some kind of freak. I think. Graston pulled the corner of his mouth. Lord Derry probably won't like what you just said. Will you tell him? No. Then I didn't say it. Yazan shook his head, watching the Dothraki cavalry below have passed the guard's confirmation and entered the city. So he said to Graston, go out of the city to meet that Earl Derry. There is a white brimstone forest south of Yunque. You can take people there to meet our allies. No hurry. The infantry team is often several leagues behind the scout cavalry, and this is just the vanguard scout. It won't be too late to pick him up after we ask those cavalry when the Earl's central army will arrive. Graston replied. Well, you decide these things yourself. Just don't lose the etiquette of Yunke. Of course, sir. Graston was not annoyed by being treated as a subordinate by the other party. In fact, Yazan was the only great sage lord he was close to in Yunke, because Yazan had the shrewdness and wisdom that almost all other sage lords did not have, although Yazan is now so fat that he can't stand, and because of a serious illness, he can't control his urination, so that even perfume can't cover up the smell of urine. He used to be a famous navigator in Yunke, and even the disease that made him what he is now was contracted when he was exploring the continent of Sithorias more than 10 years ago. By the way, about what I told you yesterday? Graston asked again. Are you talking about Lord Derry's battle plan? Yes, Lord Derry made it clear at the combat meeting that his ideal battlefields for a decisive battle are only two, either in a valley where the Skahazaban River passes through the Giscari Mountains, or fighting a desperate battle at the gates of Meereen. Glaston repeated that the news was brought to him by a friend he made during his mission to Astapa. The Meereenese will not agree to this plan. Yazan shook his head. Fighting in these two places is too risky for Meereen. The valley area is all fertile land for Meereen, and under the city of Meereen, there is even a risk of Meereen falling. Meereen joined the alliance to avoid risks. They joined the alliance because Lord Derry promised to go to Lazar to fight the Horse King. If the decisive battle is in these two places, why would Meereen join the alliance? But these two places can greatly increase the chances of our coalition winning. Glaston argued. The Unsullied will fight to the death, and the Dothraki will never be able to break through their defenses from the front. As long as we can block the Centaurs' encirclement and have a corps of archers with a longer range than them, the Centaurs will be helpless. To put it another way, in these two places, even if the coalition forces are defeated, we can use the navy to assist in retreat and preserve some of our strength. On the contrary, if the coalition forces go to Hesse in Lazar to fight the Centaurs, and we happen to be defeated, our army will have no way to escape on the plains of Lazar, and will only be annihilated. The point is that after the Centaurs defeat the coalition forces in Hesse, the next step will inevitably be to cross the Kaiser Pass from Hesse, so that once they cross the Giscari Mountains, they will reach our Yunque territory. Do you hope that Yunque can support the plan of Earl Derry? Yazan heard what Graston meant. Yes, I think that is the most beneficial plan for Yunque. Graston did not deny it. Fortunately, you said this to me. If it was someone else, their first question would probably be how much money you received from Earl Derry. Yazan smiled. So I won't say that to them, my lord. Okay. Yazan pondered for a moment and nodded. I think you are right. The interests of Yunque and Meereen are inconsistent on this issue, but he then changed the subject. The commander of Yunque you represent in the Allied command is not me. It's useless for me to agree with your point of view. We all know that Yunque's Grand Marshal Yak-Haz Zoyazik is a pro-Meereenist, and he is an old and conceited fool. Perhaps you can help, Glaston said quickly. No. Yazan said 3 no's in a row to refuse. I won't ask that stupid thing. No. Yazan's tone was very firm. I don't have much time to live, and I don't have a son. What does what will happen to Yunque in the future have to do with me? Let me surrender to Yak-Haz for Yunque. Haha, in comparison, I would rather see him suffer. Graston's heart sank. He only thought that Yazan had the ability to save Yunque, but he forgot that Yazan, who was about to die and was alone, had no motive to save Yunque. Chapter 262 The Golden Group's Decision. Disputed land. We must make a decision at today's meeting. Harry Strickland, leader of the Golden Company, glanced at John Clinton and found that the other party had no intention of speaking. He made this opening remark, setting a goal for the parliament. Lanson Omer, Harry called the name of the intelligence officer. It's up to you to tell everyone what happened in Westeros. I've reported this to you all before. Lanson Omer stood up and saluted the senior sergeants. 2 months ago, under the order of the usurper, the royalist army began to march in 2 directions. The commander-in-chief, Duke Stannis Baratheon, and the Duke of Highgarden, Mace Tyrrell, led the noble coalition forces of the Crown, the Stormlands, the Riverlands and the Reach from King's Landing, and took the river road to the direction of Harrenhal, which had been occupied by the Lannisters. The elite cavalry of the Reach, led by the vanguard officer Andal Tarly, took the Golden Road, preparing to go to deep caverns and attack the heart of the West. Don't tell me the war will have a result so soon. Senior Sergeant Tristan Rivers saw and saw no mayor's unhappy face, and combined with the eagerness of Captain Harry to hold this meeting, he guessed thoughtfully, did Tywin surrender after being defeated? Fortunately, it's not that bad yet. What do you mean by, for the time being? It means it's not that bad yet, but it's not that bad either. Lanson O'Mara said with a wry smile. What did you say? Speak clearly. Another senior sergeant, John Roston, said immediately. The latest news is that Randall Tarley, who was supposed to attack caverns, suddenly appeared in Noble Heart, north of Acorn Hall, with 6,000 cavalry. That's right, Lord Terence Kenning was waiting in caverns with 10,000 elite soldiers, trying to stop this famous general from entering the heart of the Westerlands. But Randall Tarley didn't go there at all. He had long deviated from the Golden Road and marched north along the Blackwater River, returning to the direction of Stannis' attack, but went around to the rear of Harrenhal. In Noble Heart, Randall Tarley defeated the 30,000 Lannister reinforcement led by Stafford Lannister, who were heading to Harrenhal like a god. Stafford's army was completely unprepared, and the Knights of the Reach defeated them in one charge. The defeat of Stafford's army also caused Kevan Lannister, stationed in Harrenhal, to not only lose reinforcement, but also cut off his retreat. Now the 15,000 elite Lannisters stationed in Harrenhal have become an isolated army, and have been surrounded by Stannis. It's Randall Tarley again. Tristan Rivers couldn't help but sigh. The first general in the south. John Roston said this man's title. In the War of the Usurper, Randall Tarley led the vanguard of the Reach to fight against the main force of the Stormlands led by Robert Baratheon in a place called Ashford in the Reach, and defeated the latter. Then Robert had to lead the defeated army north to try to meet with the coalition forces of the north in the Riverlands led by Eddard Stark and Duke Hoster Tully. After that, Randall chased Robert northward for a long distance. The two sides fought 2 more battles, and Robert was injured in the battle. It was not until Robert was driven out of the border of the Reach that Randall, who was out of force, gave up the pursuit. Robert's army did not join other rebel forces smoothly afterwards. When they walked all the way north to Stone Town, they were intercepted and defeated by the Royalist army led by John Connington, the hand of the king of the Mad King Aerys II at that time. Robert himself had to hide in a house somewhere in Stone Town. Unfortunately, John Connington did not burn the entire Stone Town with fire, but chose to search one by one to stick to his honor, which gave Robert's reinforcement time to arrive. In the end, John Connington was defeated by Eddard Stark, and lost the opportunity to end the war. At this moment, John Connington, who was sitting at this table, couldn't help but frown when he heard the senior sergeant's praise for Randall Tarley. What others don't know is that after he returned to King's Landing after his defeat, the Mad King Aerys II once humiliated him, saying that he didn't even know how to pick up Randall Tarley's leaks. Dissatisfied with John Connington's incompetence, Aerys II stripped him of his position as Hand of the King and the title of Earl of Griffin's Roost on the spot, and exiled him. Even today, when John Connington thinks of this humiliation, he still feels a heart-wrenching pain. Harrenhal today is no longer what it was before. After being baptized by the dragon flame of Valyrian, the Black Death, Harrenhal's defense is full of loopholes, and Kevan doesn't have much food. He can't hold out for long under Stannis' siege. Intelligence officer Lanson continued, Stannis doesn't even have to completely take Harrenhal. He only needs to leave a part of his troops to besiege the city, and then he can lead the army to continue westward to meet up with Randall Tarley. At the same time, Jaime Lannister's siege of Reverin has made almost no progress, but his way back to the Westerlands has been cut off by Randall. Jaime has only 2 choices, either wait for Stannis to recapture Acorn Hall and Pink City, then go north to join forces with the defenders of Reverin to annihilate him, or take his tired troops who have been besieging Reverin for 3 months, to fight a field battle with Randall Tarley's knights who have just won a great victory, thus opening a way back to the Westerlands. In short, it is only a matter of time before the Lannisters, who have lost so many troops, fail. If we cannot march to Westeros and gain a foothold in the Stormlands before Enly Baratheon's loyal army returns to the Stormlands, then our last chance will be lost. I have no doubt that we can capture most of the castles in the Stormlands before Casterly Rock falls. Senior Sergeant Marco Mandrake took the lead in proposing his opinion. But we can't take Storm's End. The walls of Storm's End are magical. Back then, Stannis led hundreds of people to block the attack of the Duke of Mace's 100,000 troops. The Riverlands did not really accept the call of the Targaryen family at that time. The Dragon family never took a fancy to the Tyrell family. The Tyrell family also only worked, but did not work hard. They only besieged, but did not attack. Jon Rothstein retorted. So what? Even if we take Storm's End, can we stop the usurper's army? After Stannis captures Casterly Rock, he can come back to deal with us. Marco Mandrake said again. Yes. Treasurer Gorazidon expressed his support for Marco's point of view. There were two conditions when we agreed to help the Targaryens restore their country. One was that we could guarantee the support of Dorne, and the other was that Viserys would join us with 50,000 howling warriors. Illyrio even promised us that he could solve the problem of the fleet. But now, we haven't seen all of this. Tristan Rivers finally nodded in agreement. Returning to our homeland and becoming nobles again may be just a dream for us. Finally, everyone looked at Jon Connington, the adopted father of the legitimate King Aegon Targaryen and the most prestigious person in the Golden Company. You are right, the old Griffin did not refute the judgment of the crowd. With our strength, we can't defend the Stormlands, let alone take back the Iron Throne. However, he changed the subject. On the way to me, I repeatedly confirmed a piece of news from Slavers Bay with different people. Chapter 263 Jon Connington. We are discussing the restoration of our country, and we are not interested in news from far away in Slavers Bay. Although he always respected Jon Connington, Tristan Rivers did not give the old Griffin face this time. What if this news is related to our restoration of our country? What do you mean? Everyone was attracted by Jon's words. The sailors from Slavers Bay told me that Daenerys Targaryen appeared in Astapor. Jon Connington did not continue to keep people in suspense and said directly, "Your Highness?" Tristan Rivers was stunned. She didn't buy in the turmoil in Pentis? Marco Mandrake asked immediately. A group of senior sergeants immediately whispered. "It's fake," said the intelligence officer, Lanson Omer, who poured cold water on everyone. "I have received various intelligence about the whereabouts of Daenerys and Viserys more than 10 times, but those news are undoubtedly fake. Anyway, it's a matter half a world away. Those unruly people can make up any story to defraud a little reward. I promise you, as long as you are willing to spend money, they can even get Rhaegar from the Seven Hells." Enough. Jon Connington suddenly stood up and grabbed Lanson Omer's collar. "There is no Silver Prince here. Sorry, Sir Jon, sorry." Lanson Omer was frightened by Jon's sudden rise. He raised his hands in surrender and said tremblingly, "I don't mean anything else." Humph. Jon Connington snorted coldly and let go of the captured Lansono. All the sergeants looked at each other. The senior sergeants with enough experience here actually knew that Jon Connington had always been secretly in love with Rhaegar. Even after they learned of Aegon VI's existence, they once speculated whether Jon Connington's reason for raising this child as his own son was not only to restore the country and regain glory, but also because of his love for Aegon's biological father, Rhaegar. Lanson Omer joined the Golden Company after Jon left it, so he inadvertently made a joke about Prince Rhaegar, which touched the old Griffin's reverse scale. Captain Harry Strickland saw that the atmosphere was a bit tense and hurriedly spoke to ease the atmosphere. "Where were we just talking about?" "Jon told us that Princess Daenerys appeared in Astapor," Mark Mandrake answered, and then added in his heart that it might be more credible to say that she appeared in Yunque. Mark had heard that the princess was so beautiful that if she survived, Yunque would be the city that offered the highest price for her. As for Astapor, damn it. Since when did Astapor need a young girl to become an Unsullied? To save the process of castration? Yes, Astapor. Harry nodded and looked at Jon again. "So what is your plan?" "We send someone to Astapor to buy back Her Royal Highness the Princess, and then give her to Khal Drogo, and ask him to continue to fulfill the obligations he once promised. We don't have that money." Treasurer Gorazedon said hurriedly, but after thinking about it, he seemed to feel that his words were not convincing enough, so he quickly added, "Khal Drogo will not send troops to help us for a broken woman. He will only regard this as a humiliation. The captain will never think of a good idea." Mark Mandrake laughed, then looked at Jon. "What about you?" Sir, how do you plan to use the princess who has become a slave to break the predicament for us? Who told you that Daenerys has become a slave? Jon asked back. Marco Mandrake was stunned. If she is not a slave, how could she appear in Slaver's Bay? He looked at his colleagues around him, trying to get their support, but everyone remained silent wisely. It can't be that the people of Ghis asked her to be queen. That's half right. She has indeed become king. Jon smiled, but not the queen of Ghis, but the queen of Westeros, the dragon queen. A meaningless declaration. Has she become a beggar king like her brother? No, Daenerys became king with the support of two earls, Iron Derry and Darren Grafson. After arriving in Astapor, they bought all the Unsullied in that city. Jon Clinton did not mention the rumors about the dragon, because he himself did not believe it. Where did they get the money? Perhaps from Illyrio. Illyrio once praised the young man Derry in a letter to me. He even described him as the successor I trained for you. At present, based on the testimonies of the survivors we have found, we have initially understood the truth of the Pentus disaster. It was a big melee between three factions. Although there are many doubts in the details, it is impossible to sort out. But what we can be sure of is that Governor Illyrio gave Earl Derry great trust until the end, and even handed over the command of the mansion to three confidants including Earl Derry when he went to the Senate Palace. If this part is just my guess, if Earl Derry found out in the end that Pentus was doomed to fail, and that he would die if he continued to stay in Pentus, it is possible that he left Pentus by sea with the wealth left by Illyrio and Her Royal Highness the Princess. I even think that this should be a plan that Illyrio had prepared in advance. If anything happened to him, Lord Derry would take King Viserys and the princess away, but some changes were discovered on the way, resulting in only the princess escaping successfully in the end. Jon said, "Did you ever suspect that Lord Derry might have betrayed Illyrio?" asked intelligence officer Lanson Mal. Jon's conclusions were based on the intelligence he had collected, and based on this intelligence, Lanson believed that the biggest possibility was that Ian's betrayal led to Illyrio's death. Never doubted it. Jon Connington said firmly, "A traitor named Derry? That's impossible. Illyrio has already told him about the existence of Little Egan and me, and with the loyalty of the Derry family to the Targaryen family, I can guarantee this for him. I know Ian's uncle Thornagen, who was a king's guard. We fought side by side during the War of the Usurper. Later, I was exiled, and he accompanied Prince Rhaegar to participate in the Battle of the Trident, and died at Prince Rhaegar's side. How I wish it was me who died at Rhaegar's side, so that I wouldn't have to suffer all these years. I also know his uncle William and his father Aemond." Jon Connington continued, "The loyalty of the Derry family should not be questioned. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 264 Gold on top, cold iron on the bottom. "Well, Intelligence Officer Lanson finally nodded. Since you said so, let's assume that Ian is trustworthy. Then, after he escaped from Pentus with Daenerys, why didn't they come to the disputed land to find us immediately?" "Unfortunately," Jon shook his head, "Illyrio only told Ian about me and Little Egan, and didn't tell him that the Golden Group had joined our plan. But Illyrio's praise of him was not wrong, right? Even without us, he still found an army. A slave army composed of eunuchs. The Unsullied are famous. They defeated Mordscal and Koha," Jon tried to argue. "Of course we know what the Unsullied are." An old sergeant who had not spoken a word laughed. "When Koha broke the contract and refused to pay the Golden Group's commission, the Golden Group took less than a week to capture the city guarded by the Unsullied. In front of the Golden Group, the Unsullied were vulnerable." Ha ha ha. The whole audience laughed. That was the famous Battle of the Golden Group. After the failure of the first Blackfire Rebellion jointly launched by Demon Blackfire and Eager Rivers, the two illegitimate sons of King Egan IV, a large number of Westeros knights and lords who stood on the side of the Black Dragon followed Eager Rivers, the Cold Iron, to flee to Essos. With these nobles, eager Rivers founded the Golden Company and put forward the slogan of gold is above, cold iron is below. But at that time, the free trade cities did not take this group of stray dogs seriously. After hiring the Golden Company once, Koha even broke the contract and refused to pay the Golden Company. Then the Golden Company taught a lesson to the arrogant city that defeated the Centaur army. They quickly captured Koha and looted it. The record of beating the strongest infantry unsullied in Essos also made the Golden Company famous throughout the East continent. Now we are not discussing whether we can defeat the unsullied, but whether we can turn these 10,000 spears into our allies. Jon knew that the Golden Company also had the capital to be proud, so he could only remind them in this way. Another 10,000 spears is still not enough for us. Treasurer Golis Edoin thought for a moment and said, but we can marry Daenerys to Quentyn Martell, so that we can get Dawn. Tristan Rivers immediately proposed. Damn Dawn. If Daenerys marries a Dornishman, what will happen to Prince Aegon? Now Daenerys has claimed the throne. The only way for us to form an alliance with her is to let her marry Prince Aegon. They are of similar age. If the War of the Usurper had not broken out, they would have been married. Jon immediately rejected Tristan's proposal. So should we go to Slavers Bay to meet them now? Tristan Rivers did not dare to get angry in front of Jon Connington, so he could only accept the other party's decision in silence. How could they stay in Slavers Bay? Intelligence officer Lansono immediately refuted. Once Khal Drogo gets the news of them in Slavers Bay, he will surely respond to the humiliation he suffered in Pentos without stopping. If I were Daenerys, forget it. She is just a little girl and doesn't understand these things. If I were Lord Derry, since Governor Illyrio thinks highly of this man, I will assume that he is as smart as me. After buying the Unsullied, I will definitely borrow a boat and lead people to Volantis as soon as possible. The centaurs dare not enter the lower reaches of the Rhoyne River at will. Volantis has a very large number of Tiger Cloak cavalry. Even a strong man like Khal Drogo needs to think twice before provoking the Queen of the Rhoyne River, the title of Volantis. Then what? What can you get in Volantis? The Second Sons? The Windblown? These mercenaries can't join a war that seems to have no chance of winning. There is no point in staying in Volantis, a sergeant pointed out. This intelligence officer Lansono was stuck. I will rest in Volantis for a while, and then Lansono blinked. You are right. I can't get help in Volantis, and 10,000 Unsullied can't conquer Westeros. No matter where I land in Westeros, it is only a matter of time before I'm annihilated. As he said, Lansono suddenly looked at Tristan Rivers. Except Dawn. Lansono suddenly thought, no northern monarch has ever conquered the Desert of Dawn by force. As long as they get the support of Prince Doran, they can land in Sunspear City, raise the Targaryen royal flag, and then begin to lobby the princes on the continent. And to do this, Earl Dara's only choice is to marry the queen to Prince Doran's eldest son Quentyn Martell. We can't sit idly by and watch this happen. We must stop him. We must find them before Daenerys goes to Dawn, and persuade her to agree to an alliance with us. Senior sergeants expressed their opinions one after another. Lansono's analysis was correct. If he and Derry only had 10,000 troops, then his only option would be to let the queen marry the Dornish. But this decision was unacceptable to the Golden Company. Prince Rhaegar did not claim the throne, and Prince Aegon, as the grandson of Mad King Aerys II, had lower inheritance rights than Daenerys. Although according to the dragon family tradition, when the king has no son to succeed to the throne would rather be passed to the grandson of the crown prince than to his daughter. But Daenerys is going to Dawn, and the Dornish people don't buy this. According to Dawn's laws, women enjoy the same inheritance rights as male heirs in order of seniority. Once Daenerys and Dawn's marriage is reached, then little Aegon will either give up their claim to the throne, or become an enemy of his aunt. Now the matter is no longer a question of what they can get by forming an alliance with Daenerys, but if they do not form an alliance with Daenerys before Dawn, little Aegon's claim will be threatened. Send an envoy to Volantis immediately, and propose our alliance to Queen Daenerys and Lord Derry as quickly as possible. Jon Connington immediately ordered, after seeing the attitude of the sergeants. Forget it. Jon immediately took off his gloves and slapped them on the table. If you go, you may not be able to explain things clearly. I will go there myself. Where is Prince Aegon? Will he go with you? Harry Strickland asked hurriedly. He was a timid person, and he didn't want such a hot potato to be placed in his hands. He couldn't afford the responsibility if something went wrong. Of course little Egan will stay, Jon said, his speech slowed down. He originally thought that of course he would keep Prince Egan in the Golden Company, otherwise he would take Egan with him to find his cheap aunt. If the marriage was not negotiated, and the other party had some evil intentions, wouldn't they both die there? But Jon thought again, if he died with Daenerys, with the character of these mercenaries in the Golden Company, would they really stand on the side of little Egan? The Golden Company had been away from their homeland for too long, and they were eager to return to their hometown and take back the castle of their ancestors. After fleeing to Essos, they still launched several Blackfire rebellions. They never gave up their efforts to return home until the last descendant of Blackfire, Merys Blackfire the Fierce, was killed by the fearless Barristan. Now, the descendants of Blackfire have died out, and the Targaryen dynasty has also collapsed. As the remnants of the Black Dragon, the Golden Company no longer cares about relying on a Red Dragon to lead them home. Do they care whether the Red Dragon is called Egan or Daenerys? No, the only reason the Golden Company supports Egan is because of himself. If he is gone, they will immediately send little Egan to Daenerys as a token of their loyalty. Yes, Prince Egan will go with me. Jon made a decision. Compared with these mercenaries of the Golden Company, Jon Connington is more willing to believe in the loyalty of the young Earl praised by Valyria. Chapter 265. Lyanna's defeat. King's Landing. You told me to be wary of the Riverlands and the Tyrells, but what is the truth? They brought me victory. A great victory. A hearty victory. Robert Baratheon took a large wine glass and poured it into his mouth, and the red wine spilled all over his beard and clothes. Soon, Robert was drunk at the table. He claimed that he was drinking today for Andal Tala's victory, but Lyanna knew that this fat man was drunk every day. Seeing Robert drunk and sleeping, Lyanna suddenly felt a little tired. This guy treated her and treated Cersei in the original book. In fact, there was no difference. Only at the beginning, he was in high spirits and came to her every night to make her human. But after a while, Robert began to show his true nature. He drank every day when he should drink, and went out to find prostitutes when he should find prostitutes. This undoubtedly verifies the conjecture of some readers. The reason why Robert has been obsessed with Lyanna all his life is because he couldn't get her. Now that he has got her, even if it's just a substitute, his enthusiasm has begun to fade at a visible speed. The worst thing is that Lyanna doesn't know whether it's because she is a player. She has never been able to get pregnant. If she can really give Robert a son under the current circumstances, maybe she can barely ensure that the position of queen he promised will not be shaken so quickly. But if not, the current situation is hard to say. They were set up by the players behind the Tyrell family. Oh no, 2, 3, maybe more. Because of the identity of Lyanna's substitute, she and Sir Roland of the Kingsguard are now almost open cards as players, so they will inevitably encounter the disadvantage of being in the dark when facing other players. The first resistance they encountered came from Highgarden. At the previous throne room meeting, after the inflatable fish Lord Mace Tyrell received an almost humiliating rejection from King Robert, Lyanna once thought that their plan had been achieved. In the following war, even if the Reach did not fall out with the Iron Throne, they would certainly not contribute much. But what they did not expect was that shortly after the meeting, Lord Mace, under the help of Lord Renly, found Robert and reached a reconciliation, and promised Robert that the Knights of the Reach would serve as the vanguard in the war. Robert could not refuse such a reconciliation condition at all. You humiliated others, and they took the initiative to find you to reconcile, and were willing to be the first to fight for you. How could you refuse this? So Robert broke his promise to Lyanna on the spot to let her brother Sir Roland lead the vanguard, and appointed Lord Mace's second son, Brave Golan Tyrell, as the vanguard officer. Lyanna could only settle for the second best, and asked Robert to split the troops into 2 groups, and let her brother Sir Roland lead an army along the Golden Road, to attack the heart of the West. Robert readily agreed. After the order was passed to Stannis convened a meeting of all the generals. Although they all agreed to the plan, they eventually gave the command of this detachment to Randyll Tully. Lyanna was furious, but she could do nothing. They were able to quickly reach their current position by borrowing power. The power they had was insufficient. When facing opponents of the same level as Garland Tyrell and Randall Tully, as long as they could not get Robert's support, they would not be qualified to compete at all. Just when Lyanna thought that she was unlucky and could only accept the compromise result of Garland being appointed as Stannis' right-wing commander, her brother Rolland's intelligence network deployed in King's Landing happened to discover the unusual movements of the Tyrell family and Renly's forces. Only then did Lyanna completely determine that there was a player behind the Tyrell family, and that the Riverman twice prevented Rolland from obtaining the position that was most likely to gain military merits, and it was that player who was planning. The interaction between the Tyrells and Renly made Rolland directly doubt whether they wanted to take action against Robert. Robert was Lyanna's biggest backer, and she would never allow anyone to hurt Robert, so the brother and sister had people keep a close eye on the abnormal people they found. It was not until a week later that they determined that Renly and the Tyrells wanted to arrange an accident for Robert. So Rolland strengthened Robert's guards and deployed personnel to prepare to thwart the Tyrells' conspiracy. Unexpectedly, the other party gave up the plan directly, and Renly questioned Rolland, the king's guard, about his recent abnormal behavior at the Royal Council. Fortunately, Robert is a big heart. After listening to Renly's doubts, I just laughed and let it go, and did not change the decision to appoint Rolland as the commander of the right wing of Stannis' army. At this time, Lyanna realized that they and their brothers and sisters were set up by the other party again. Their actions may not be for regicide at all, but simply want to use this to undermine Robert's trust in his brothers and sisters. After this storm, the Royalist army finally set out. If things had gone on like this, it might not have been so bad. The Lannisters' army was well equipped and large in number. Garland Tyrell's vanguard might not be able to achieve significant results. As long as they could wait until the main forces of both sides met, her brother Rolland could still gain considerable merit. But just 1.5 months after the army set out, news from the front line came back to King's Landing. Randall Tully, who was supposed to appear in caverns, led his army to Noble Heart in the Riverlands, destroying Stafford Lannister's 30,000 troops marching to Harrenhal in one fell swoop. He quickly captured Acorn Hall, like a nail stuck between Kevin Lannister stationed at Harrenhal, Jaime Lannister besieging Riverrun, and the Golden Tooth in the west. After receiving the news of Randall's victory, Stannis immediately asked the vanguard officer Garland Tyrell to lead 30,000 troops to bypass Harrenhal and rush to Acorn Hall to join him. At this point, if there is no miracle, the Lannister family is doomed to fail. Randall Tully has taken the biggest share of merit. After joining forces with Garland, if he can annihilate Jaime's army, his merit will be even higher. What about Rolland? He is still in the outer city of Harrenhal, and he is not the main commander. For someone like him, his merit is at most enough to be awarded an ordinary earl's castle. If Robert shows mercy, he may be awarded a large castle. It is already a pipe dream to want to take Casterly Rock. The people of the Reach will never agree, and the upright commander Stannis Baratheon will never agree. And if she can't take Casterly Rock, her position as queen will most likely not be saved. She and her brother have ended up in a miserable defeat in the game with the player behind the Tyrell family. What's the point of staying in King's Landing like this? Lyanna suddenly thought, what's the point of letting Rolland stay in Robert's army? Even if he gets the castle afterwards, is it really necessary to let Rolland go to a castle in the Westerlands? Wouldn't he be directly played to death by the player behind the Tyrell family? Or should they flee directly to the north to join the other two allies? They have already captured the Great Wall and defeated Eddard Stark's army in the first battle, and the development situation is very good. But for two stray dogs, can they still trust allies? Rolland is their own brother in real life. He is certainly trustworthy, but the two people in the north were just found by them before the game. Can they be trusted? Wait, maybe things are not desperate yet. Lyanna didn't know what she thought of, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Chapter 266, The Humiliated Upstart. Ian's Central Army arrived at the gates of Yunque 3 days later than the vanguard scouts. The journey of 100 leagues, 480 kilometers, took him about 15 days, an average of 32 kilometers a day, and this was on the ancient Giscari coastal road, with no obstructions along the way. Since Ian's connection with NPC Koru was already disconnected, he simply transformed his falcon again and observed his army along the way. This was Ian's first time to truly command a large army, and even if it was just a march, it was a valuable experience for him. He observed the infantry, cavalry, and baggage soldiers, observed their marching speed at different time periods, and observed their fatigue levels when marching at different distances every day. In this way, he summarized the rules of regular marches, and thought about whether there was room for improvement in the marching plan. He also observed the scouts who were ahead of the army, observed their reconnaissance methods and the time of changing teams, and thought about whether there were loopholes in the arrangement, and whether there were better plans. At the same time, he would observe the army's camping situation in the evening, and think from an opposing perspective, how to launch an attack, if he were the enemy. At this time, the advantage of being a skin changer was perfectly demonstrated. Entering the Falcon was like gaining a god's perspective, making it easier for Ian to control the overall situation. At the same time, for many basic problems, he often gathered the unsullied instructors, mercenary captains and guides to discuss and ask for their experience. In this way, Ian met his old friend Graston Moeras about 3 kilometers south of Yunque. Welcome, early in Derry. Graston Moeras rode a white horse to Ian. As usual, he was wearing a toca robe with golden tassels. "This is Grasdos Oralk," he said, introducing an otherwise lord beside him who was wearing a golden tassel toca robe, General of Yunque. Ian didn't have any impression of this name, but when Graston mentioned that this was the General of Yunque, Ian began to remember this person. In the original book, he seemed to have been ridiculed by the mercenaries as the shaking butt general. Well, although the title is not very nice, this person is indeed a top figure among the generals of Yunque. In the original book, after the death of Grand Marshal Xia Ze, this person and 2 other nobles of Yunque began to take turns to take the position of Grand Marshal. When the Grand Marshal was so old that he could hardly walk, Yunque sent this person 3 kilometers out of the city to greet him, which was considered to be giving Ian enough face. Grasdo did not say much, but just nodded to Ian indifferently, as a greeting. Obviously, the arrogant nobles of Ghis did not think much of this barbarian who had become an ally, but they had to condescend to go out of the city to greet him due to the situation. "Thank you, my old friend, Graston Zoeras." Ian did not even nod his head to the shaking general, but ignored him and looked at Graston. As soon as Ian finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly became subtle. Graston's face turned slightly dark, but he didn't know how to get angry, so he could only freeze in place. Ian just looked at Graston's change blankly, as if he didn't know what went wrong. Ha ha ha. The first to break the silence was the laughter of General Grasdozoalk. This laughter was like a knife cutting Graston's face, causing him to almost bite his teeth. "I don't understand. What is he laughing at?" Ian became even more confused and asked Graston. "He is not of the noble blood of the Ghis nobles. He is just an upstart." Grasdozoalk mocked Graston without any scruples, and then continued to laugh, as if he couldn't control it. Ian noticed that when he laughed, he really shook his, but in a very weird posture. Graston immediately clenched his fists. As a second-class noble and upstart, he had suffered far more humiliation before he became rich, but since he hung golden tassels on his toca robe, it was the first time he was publicly mocked like this. Graston took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. "You remembered it wrong, Lord Derry. My middle surname is Mo." Graston returned to his usual smile. "How is this possible?" Ian was quite shocked. He counted the names of the original envoys on the spot. Regzo EMD, Mazdahan Zolorak, Graston Zo. Ian suddenly stopped talking here. He looked up at Graston. "You are a lower class noble? This shouldn't be right. You are wearing a golden tassel." Ha ha ha. General Grasdozoalk laughed even more happily. If Ian's status was not high enough, and he had no motivation to do such a boring thing, Graston would almost think that Ian was deliberately mocking him, but Ian said something that made Graston feel even more heartbroken. "It doesn't matter if they are lower ranking nobles," Ian said with a smile. "Femmer and Lexix are also lower ranking nobles, but this time they have joined our coalition as generals. After the war is won, their military exploits will be enough to allow them to be promoted to the ranks of high-ranking nobles, just like the generals of the ancient Ghis Empire. And you, Ian continued, you are my friend. I will find a chance for you to gain military exploits that are enough for promotion. Promotion in war. That's right, no lower ranking nobles have been promoted in Slavers Bay for thousands of years, because there has been no war here for thousands of years. But this time, whether it is the decisive battle against the Horsemen or the conquest of Lazarin, the exploits that can be obtained here are no less than those made by those promoted ancient Ghis generals. Ian was one of the 5 commanders in this war, even because Astapor and he stood together, he was the commander with the most power. If he was really willing to help him get some military merits, it would be effortless. But Grazdan looked at Grazdozoark beside him, and his mood sank. He was not in the command group of Yunkai at all. As a political ally of Yunkai's richest man Yazan Zoquagos, he had never dealt with the Grand Marshal's faction. If the Grand Marshal knew about Ian's promise to him at this moment through Grazdozoark, he would definitely do everything possible to prevent him from entering the Yunkai army. If he couldn't even enter the army, it would be like the harpy coming to the world, and there would be no way to force this merit on himself. Count Grazdan neither agreed nor refused. He looked into the distance and changed the subject. We're in Yunkai. Ian looked up in the direction of Grazdan's finger, and a huge statue of a harpy appeared in his sight. This sculpture is similar to the harpy of Astapor, with a woman's body, bat's wings, eagle's legs and a scorpion's tail, the only difference being what they hold in their claws. The Astapor one is a pair of open manacles, while the Yunkai one is a whip and an iron chain. Chapter 267, Oversized Mill. How many people have come from Astapor? Yunkai's Grand Marshal Yakhazo sat on a sedan chair lifted by 4 servants on the highest tower in Yunkai, overlooking the army not far from the city, and asked his confidant Faza. Faza is a short man with a receding jaw and 2 large front teeth, which earned him the nickname Rabbit. This is his nickname in the original book. He is one of the 3 deputy commanders of Yunkai, just like General Grazdozoark, who is welcoming Ian outside the city. It's consistent with the intelligence we got 3 days ago, about 17,000 people. Faza replied respectfully, the Westeros army is as easy to count as New Ghis, with 3,000 people in each legion. This time, Lord Derry brought a total of 2 unsullied legions, 2 slave regiments, an auxiliary regiment and 2,000 Dothraki slave cavalry. Look, Faza said, pointing to the distance. Their formation during the march is quite clear, and the gaps between different battalions and the gaps between different legions are very strict. All the troops. The Grand Marshal, who looked a little drowsy, raised his eyelids. Didn't the kid from the Parr family, Meereen's military nobles, say that the army under the Western Barbarian, except for the Unsullied, is a mob recruited less than 3 months ago? This General Rabbit glanced at the army outside the city somewhat unnaturally, then looked at the Grand Marshal, and said uncertainly, perhaps, they just practiced lining up and marching. It's not impossible, right? After saying this guess, General Rabbit suddenly realized something, as if he was enlightened. He immediately marveled at his genius mind, and then said more firmly, they must have spent all their time on this, just like the slaves we used for the ceremony in the Colosseum on festival days. Anyway, there are too many of them. The Grand Marshal did not let General Rabbit continue. Too many, and they came too fast. Earl Derry only divided the army into 2 marches. Most of his elite and main forces are already here, and their marching speed has indeed exceeded our expectations. General Rabbit nodded. The well-trained Iron Legion of Ancient Ghis only marched about 5 leagues, 24 kilometers, a day. In addition to the Unsullied, Ian's army also included a large number of recruits, miscellaneous soldiers and baggage trains, but their marching speed reached nearly 7 leagues a day. As he spoke, General Rabbit frowned, because the praise of the new army under Earl Derry by Grazdan Moraz, who had been an envoy of Yunkai to Astapor, suddenly came to his mind. But he quickly shook his head. Grazdan was just an upstart who had never seen the world, and his judgment was of no reference value. Dong! Suddenly, a crisp and sharp metal knocking sound came from a distance, causing General Rabbit and the Grand Marshal to look down at the city at the same time, trying to find the source of the sound. Darn soon, the sound rang again. This time, General Rabbit found the source of the sound, where there were 3 red dragon flags with black backgrounds flying. He knew that it was the Ant Central Army. Then, the crisp and sharp metal knocking sound rang for the 3rd time. Almost at the same time, General Rabbit noticed that the army that stretched for nearly half a league on the ancient Giscari coastal road had all stopped in just half a minute. I hope my army can complete the supply as soon as possible, and then I will start to march towards Meereen. After ordering his adjutant to set up camp on the spot, Ian turned back to the 2 young K nobles who came to greet him and added, "Don't worry, I won't stay outside your city for too long." Ian made this decision first to reassure young K, and secondly, he really needed to march to Meereen as soon as possible. The journey from Astapa to young K is very safe and there is almost no threat, so in this journey Ian adopted a semi-fast march method, and the speed of the march was pulled to the limit of the Slave Iron Army and Auxiliary Army without a large number of casualties due to injuries and escapes. But from young K to Meereen, at least the second half of the journey, Ian must march, while ensuring that the army retains some physical strength. Whether it is to prevent the Meereenese and the New Ghis army that is already in Meereen from turning against them, or to prevent attacks from the mountain clans around Meereen, he must maintain the combat effectiveness of the army while marching. By then, his marching speed may drop to 22 to 27 kilometers per day, so it will take him about 10 days to reach Meereen. Considering that he will have to deal with a series of problems within the alliance and between the cities of Lazarin after arriving in Meereen, Ian doesn't want to waste even a minute at this moment. Ian thought that the 2 nobles would be relieved after getting this promise, but he didn't expect that Graston Moeras and General Shaking Butt, this is also the nickname of this person in the original book, Grasdozo Alk, would both frown at the same time. "My Lord Earl, are you not going to enter the city?" Graston was stunned for a moment, and then immediately asked, "Why? Do you still welcome me to the city?" Ian smiled. "Of course, we have prepared a very grand welcome banquet for you, and I have specially selected 7 beautiful slave girls as gifts for you," Graston answered without thinking. "And the gift prepared by our Grand Marshal for you is a luxurious palace," General Shaking Butt added. "Bullshit, right?" Ian frowned slightly. "A welcome banquet would be fine. But what the hell is giving me slave girls and palaces? Do you want me to stay in Yunque for a few more days? No city would want an army to stay at its doorstep, let alone an army that is nearly 3 times the size of the city's garrison." While talking to the 2 Yunque nobles, Ian was also using a falcon to take a bird's eye view of the city. Yunque is slightly larger than Astapa. It is estimated that the population of the city should be around 120,000. If the slaves and the pyramid are included, it should be more. Like Astapa, Yunque faces the sea to the north. Although Yunque's port is surrounded by east and west walls like Astapa, there is a wall between its port and the inner city, so that if someone attacks the city from the sea, it will not be as easy as attacking Astapa. In addition, Yunque's wall is much more like a wall than Astapa. It is about 8 meters high and 3 to 5 meters thick. Compared with Slavers Bay, or even the 9 free trade cities or Westeros, it can indeed be considered a city. It is no wonder that when Glaston first met Daenerys in the original book, he started with ancient and glorious Yunque, the queen of cities. "Our walls are strong and firm." But if Fire-Kissed Ygritte pointed at Yunque and asked Ian, like she asked Jon Snow, "Is this a castle?" Ian, who had seen the ancient city walls of Xiangyang and Zion, would tell her without hesitation that it was just an oversized mill. The current situation is like a mill owner who, when encountering a group of robbers passing by his mill, not only did he not provide food to the robbers as quickly as possible and let them get out as soon as possible, but instead invited the robber leader to come in for dinner and even prepared a room for him in the mill. Do you really want my army to stay in Yunque for a while?" Ian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the 2 Yunque nobles were stunned. They looked at each other at the same time, but the moment their eyes met, they immediately retracted their eyes. At a certain moment, Ian seemed to understand their expressions. Was it doubt? "Of course, we are allies in military affairs, and you are my friend." The people of GIs are always enthusiastic and trustful of their friends. Graston is worthy of being the #1 messenger of Yunque. In the original book, He once persuaded the 3 archons of Volantis, including the Elephant Party, to unanimously agree to declare war on Meereen. He quickly reacted to the meaning of Ian's words and emphasized the word trust. Yes, young K is always enthusiastic about friends. General Shaking Butt also quickly agreed. Ian stopped talking, and his eyes looked back and forth between Graston and General Shaking Butt. No, to be precise, it should be scrutiny, because Ian's eyes were almost unscrupulous, condescending and aggressive, and even the most polite nobles would be furious at such an offense. Sure enough, Ian soon discovered Graston's dissatisfaction, but for some reason, Graston rationally suppressed this emotion, and did not express it excessively. Ian guessed that this was probably because the pie he had drawn for Graston before, promoting the heiress family to high nobility by virtue of military merit, was too big. On the other hand, the expression of General Shaking Butt, one of the 3 lieutenants of the Grand Marshal, was intriguing. This man was neither angry nor refuted. He gave Ian the feeling that he was more guilty, or was he afraid? Maybe the banquet can wait until we return victorious. Ian temporarily suppressed his doubts and retracted his gaze. A qualified commander will not abandon his army during the march and enjoy himself alone. This was an excuse that Ian had thought of long ago to deal with the invitation of young K or Meereen. Although Ian did not think they would really play any tricks at this time. What if there were players active in these 2 cities? If I went into the city, there would be much more places to guard than in the barracks. Before solving the big problem of Drogo, Ian did not want to cause trouble. But now, it seems that it is no longer a matter of whether I want to cause trouble or not. He had to figure out what the 2 young K nobles, or the 2 young K forces behind them, were up to, or else he might repeat the mistakes of the Stranger's Temple. In that case, Graston hesitated. Then let's celebrate after your excellency returns victorious. General Shaking Butt found that Ian and Graston both looked at him, so he had to smile and said, I will convey your excellency's reply to the Grand Marshal. By the way, General Shaking Butt continued, I wonder how long you plan to stay in young K. Didn't I say that? I will leave after completing the supply. Ian spread his hands. If possible, it would be best to set off tomorrow. I understand. General Shaking Butt nodded. I will convey your excellency's request to the Grand Marshal. Please allow me to say goodbye first. Give my regards to Grand Marshal Yazak. Ian said politely. Ian did not plan to meet this Grand Marshal on his own initiative. If the other party wanted to see him, he could go out of the city to meet him. The 4,000 troops promised by young K will not go to Meereen with Ian, because they have not yet gathered their manpower. According to the intelligence Ian has obtained, the composition of young K's participating troops is 1,000 crossbowmen drawn from the city defense army, 1,500 cannon fodder recruited from serfs, the Second Sons with 500 cavalry, the Storm Crows with 500 cavalry, and the Bloody Hands with 500 sailors. Ian has not seen the last mercenary group in the original book. I heard from the spies that this was originally a pirate active in the Gulf of Sorrow, but was later incorporated by a certain Chamber of Commerce in Volantis. As for why they were hired by young K to participate in the war against the Horse King, Ian does not know for the time being. Then I'll go back to the city first, Graston said after the shaking general left. I wonder if you are free later? I still have some questions to ask you. Why later? Ian said when Graston just turned around. I'm free now. This? Or do you have a reason to leave in a hurry? Ian didn't wait for Graston to think of an excuse and continued. For example, you need to report the details of our meeting to someone. Graston blinked and looked away. Yazan Zokwags, the richest man in young K. Ian spoke again. You are his man. Graston's heart skipped a beat. You hope that I can stay in young K for a longer time is also at his instruction. No. This time, Graston blurted out without thinking. This has nothing to do with him. Then, as if he noticed his own loss of composure, he turned his head away again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Graston looked at Ian again. He nodded, took a deep breath. You guessed it right. I was in a hurry to leave, because I was going to see Lord Yazan, but I hope you can stay in UNK for a while, but it has nothing to do with Lord Yazan. Graston hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Actually, this is because you mentioned before that you would find an opportunity for me to share the merits of war. There are some things here that I need time to solve. In the future, if the scenes are not switched, one chapter of 4,000 words will be updated every day to avoid so many chapter names. Chapter 268. Each has his own agenda. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows, motioning for Graston to continue. The specific situation is a bit complicated. I will explain it to you in detail when I come to see you later, okay? Graston smiled. Okay. Ian could see that Graston was really anxious to leave, so he nodded. But before you leave, could you please answer a few simple questions for me? You ask. Graston could only suppress his impatience. Who organized the welcome banquet that young K prepared for me that you mentioned earlier? And in which pyramid will it be held? The banquet was jointly organized by the entire Council of Wise Lords, and the venue was in Lord Yazan's pyramid. His pyramid is the tallest and most luxurious pyramid in the entire Yunque. Very good. The second question. Why did that General Grasdozo Algae who was shaking his fart just now also hope that I could stay in Yunque for a while longer? Graston's face sank. Sorry, sir. I'm also very confused about this. Okay, you can leave now. Ian made a gesture to see him off, and Graston rode away on horseback. How is it? What did you find out? Celia asked after Graston left. Ian took her with him on this expedition. Celia knew that this was because Ian did not dare to leave her alone in Astapa, whose power was second only to him and Queen Daenerys. But what could she say? She did not expect to gain Ian's absolute trust anyway. If Ian really left her in Astapa, she would be worried and restrained, fearing that the other party would come up with some weird test and she would be caught by accident. Now that she was with the army like this, she had some free time, so she could go out and travel as if on vacation. Although the scenery on the Giscari coastal road was extremely monotonous, the camp beds in the military camp were so hard that she felt sore all over, and the books of the Giscari were so boring that they made people sleepy. Things seem very complicated. Ian shook his head. All the clues are mixed together, making it difficult for me to sort out the clues. But you already have a direction, right? How did you come to this conclusion? You asked Graston 2 questions in the end. Celia said, and Saurian's gesture to signal her to stop, so she closed her mouth. Let's talk somewhere else. Ian tilted his head and motioned Celia to follow him. How is it? Grand Marshal Yazak looked at Mero, who had just arrived at the tower. Mero is the leader of the Second Sons. He is from Bravos, tall, with light green eyes, and a thick, waist-length red gold beard. He is known as the Bastard of the Titans. This man is notorious. Under his command, the Second Sons have actually become so notorious that no free city-state is willing to hire them. But it was also because of this that the Second Sons happened to be wandering around Slavers Bay and thus obtained Young K's contract. What's going on? The person who asked this question was the Grand Master of another mercenary group, the Storm Crows, Prundan Ajison. He was a GIs, with a broad face and black and grey hair. The Storm Crows were active in Slavers Bay and Lazar all year round. Their main business was to participate in clan conflicts among the Lazarlin and help the 3 cities of Slavers Bay capture slaves. Their members were all cavalry. Their combat effectiveness was not determined yet, but their members were generally wealthy. Like the Second Sons, they also obtained Young K's contract as soon as Young K decided to join the Ghis alliance formed by Ian. At this moment, the leaders of the 2 mercenary groups were called to this tower by the Grand Marshal, because the Grand Marshal had some questions to ask them. Young K Grand Marshal Yazak had led the army for more than 50 years, but had never really commanded a battle. He basically knew nothing about military issues, but he had won many victories. In addition to the fact that Young K has never encountered any decent enemies in these years, a bigger reason is that he always leaves professional matters to professionals. Young K is good at the greatest and noblest thing God has given to mankind. Sex, love, war and other lowly activities should be left to lowly mercenaries. Based on your experience, what is the quality of the army outside the city? General Rabbit explained for the Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshal was a little old, and it was a bit difficult for him to speak. The army of the Dragon Queen? Mero walked to the window and looked down. The southeast of Yunque City is located on a hill, and this tower close to the city wall belonging to Grand Marshal Yakaz is built on the top of the hill, where the terrain is higher than the surrounding areas. From this tower, you can not only overlook the entire city, but also take in the area of several miles around the city. It's hard to tell the exact situation from here. Mero glanced at them and then looked away, and I don't think there's anything to see, just a bunch of eunuchs and a bunch of forced slaves. And I heard that their commander-in-chief is a young boy. Excuse me, it's crazy to rely on these guys to fight against a horse king who has never lost a battle. But you still accepted Yunque's employment. Purandon Ajison mocked unceremoniously. Because Titan's bastard Mero can change the situation. This time, Mero realized that his words just now seemed to expose his intention to run away after defrauding the hiring money, so he said stubbornly. Mero was not optimistic about the prospect of the so-called Alliance of Ghis against the Horse King, but because the Second Sons had broken their contracts too many times before, he had not received a new contract for nearly 2 years, and the price Yunque offered him this time was simply not something he could refuse. Of course, he didn't know why Yunque dared to believe that the infamous Second Sons would face the Centaurs instead of running away at this time. My opinion is completely opposite to Mero's. Purandon Ajison did not argue with Mero, but expressed his opinion to the Yunque marshal. From here, he pointed out the window, we can't really see the specific situation of this army, but we can find that the location of their camp is very tricky. They control the water source, and don't have to worry about being cut off from water. They occupy high ground, control the vision and the advantageous position for fighting. The distance between the camps of each legion is just right. The vision is clear, easy to support, and not chaotic due to crowding. At the same time, the location of the camp is far away from the woods that are easily ignited in this season. What does this show? Their commander is very experienced, General Rabbit replied, and then boasted. It goes without saying that this is the wisdom of the ancient Ghis Legion. The instructors of the Unsullied grew up studying ancient books. Not only that, Captain Stormcrow did not refute, but continued. This also shows that their scout system is very mature. How long has the Dragon Queen's army just arrived here? Even the vanguard cavalry arrived in Yunque only 2 or 3 days ago, and they set up camp in this position as soon as they arrived outside Yunque today, which shows that they have already explored the terrain nearby in the few days before the arrival of the army. That's not the camping location we suggested to them. While listening to Captain Stormcrow, General Rabbit carefully looked at the deployment of the army outside the city. I didn't say that you suggested it to them. Captain Stormcrow, Puranda, was a little confused, but when he turned to look at General Rabbit, he found that he was actually talking to the Grand Marshal of Yunque. The Grand Marshal frowned, looked up at General Rabbit, then looked at Captain Stormcrow, and finally did not speak, and lowered his eyes again. Well, you continue. General Rabbit made a round, and smiled at Captain Stormcrow. Moreover, Captain Stormcrow continued, pay attention to their efficiency. Before I received the order from the Grand Marshal to come here, the Dragon Queen's army was all stationed on the Giscari coastal road. How long after I arrived here, they have all entered various camping positions. How did they do it? Perhaps you can ask Graston Moeras about this question later. He once observed the training of these slaves when he was on a diplomatic mission to Astapa and came back to praise their command methods to us. General Rabbit tried to recall Graston's original words, but found that he couldn't remember them at all. Because when Graston was giving a report, almost all the Wise Lords were laughing, including the Wise Lords of Yazan's faction, so that no one could hear what Graston said. The only thing General Rabbit remembered was that Earl Derry prepared a large number of flags of different colors for the army, as well as drums, horns, and several unheard of metal instruments called cymbals and cymbals. It sounded like some kind of clown performance. But now it seems that these things are really useful. General Rabbit shook his head and put the question aside for the time being. Let's not talk about that for now, he continued. What we want to know now is, if this army has ill intentions towards Yunque, do you have the confidence to defeat them? Aren't we allies? Captain Stormcrow asked subconsciously. Yes, of course we are allies, so I asked if. Rabbit smiled. After all, with such a large army at the doorstep, it's never a bad thing to be vigilant, right? That's right. Captain Stormcrow nodded. But I must tell you, if this army really has ill intentions towards Yunque will fall within a week. This week is the time they have to cut down the forests in the south to make siege equipment. He added immediately, I have lived in Slavers Bay for half my life, and I know very well that the walls of Yunque look tall, but in fact many places are already rotten and shaky. Once they start attacking, Yunque will not last more than a day. Coward's remarks. Titan's illegitimate son Mero finally seized the opportunity and mocked back. I don't need someone who abandoned his employer 3 times in 1 year to tell me what courage is. Captain of the Stormcrows, Plander, scolded back without showing any weakness. Okay, my dear captains, don't start a quarrel at this time, okay? General Rabbit stood between the 2 mercenary captains who were on the verge of a fight and gently pushed them apart. Only then did the 2 captains notice that this seemingly short Yunque general had amazing arm strength. Let us? General Rabbit's eyes staring out of the window seemed to suddenly see something, and he paused. Captain Stormcrow followed his gaze and found that it seemed that the Yunque cavalry that went out of the city to welcome Earl Derry had returned to the city gate alone. At the same time, he noticed that General Rabbit's face sank. How about this? You come and help me analyze this matter, Ian said, while taking Celia into the newly set up Central Army tent. Maybe this will help me sort out my thoughts. I don't think so. Celia wanted to refuse, but she immediately noticed that Ian was not looking at her at all, but took out paper and pen from the box and walked to the table. She realized that Ian was not making a suggestion, but an order, so she quickly changed her words and said, then I'll try. Ian still didn't look at her, but just unfolded the paper and raised his chin. First of all, Celia thought for a moment and said, we can be sure that Graston wants you to stay in Yunque for a while longer. You painted a big pie for him by sharing the military merits. If he wants to eat this pie, he must first join the army. And we have collected intelligence before. His faction of Yazan, the richest man in Yunque, is not on good terms with the military nobles of the Grand Marshal's faction. He should want to borrow your influence to operate this matter, so he needs you to stay in Yunque for a while longer. Graston's motive is reasonable. After speaking, Celia looked at Ian, trying to get his opinion. The premise is that Graston did not lie to us. Ian raised an objection. Don't you have the ability to read minds? Celia asked with a smile. If he lied to you face to face, would you not be able to tell? That's just an experience skill, not a game skill, let alone a cheat. In the absence of other evidence, no one can guarantee that their judgment is 100% correct. For example, when someone teamed up with Prince Hazan and asked Hazan to pretend to marry his sister to me, I didn't realize that you were acting at first. Let's assume that Graston didn't lie and continue. Ian waved his hand and drew 2 branches under the previous conclusion. Okay, Celia fell into thought again. Well, what worries me is the motive of General Shaking Ass. Logically, he has no reason to want us to enter the city. And I remember that when you questioned him, he acted very flustered. Yes, it was panic, not anger. I don't believe that he didn't have any ulterior motives. So what did you think of first? The hangman banquet. Celia blurted out. Chapter 269 Deductive Method. Yada. Ian called out to the door and called in the captain of the guard on duty, the water dancer Yada. The next moment, Yada entered the tent, sent someone to inform several legion commanders to test for poison after receiving the supplies provided by Yunque. In addition, Ian paused. Forget it, that's it. Then he waved his hand to let Yada leave. He originally wanted to order the Legion to strengthen its vigilance against Yunque, but after thinking about it, he still didn't issue this order. Because according to the military order he formulated, the army must maintain a higher level of vigilance in the camp state. Using Yunque to test whether this military order has been strictly implemented is definitely better than asking the Dothraki to test it in the future. Besides, now that he has a falcon flying in the sky to cover the scout team, if there is an emergency, he can also deal with it in advance. After sending Yada away, Ian returned to Celia. Go on. My first reaction was that this was a hangman banquet. They wanted to trick you into the city and murder you. and the person who planned this murder was most likely not General Shaking Butt, but Grand Marshal of Yunque himself. Celia glanced at Ian and saw that he had no intention of speaking, so she continued, "You should have also noticed what Graston and General Shaking Butt said at the time, right? The gift of the 7 female slaves that Graston mentioned was given in his own name, and the mansion in Yunque City that General Shaking Butt mentioned was a gift from the Grand Marshal to you. According to the intelligence we got before, Grand Marshal of Yunque, Yazek, has always been arrogant. It is a strange thing that he would give you a gift, and combined with General Shaking Butt's performance. So your conclusion is," Ian interrupted Celia, "Grand Marshal of Yunque set up a hangman banquet for us, hoping to lure me into the city and kill me?" This conclusion once made me feel absurd, but Celia shook her head. "After you asked Graston 2 questions before he left, I began to suspect that I might have really guessed right. The banquet was held in the Pyramid of Yazan, the richest man in Yunque, and he and the Grand Marshal are not on good terms." Ian nodded. "That's right. If the Grand Marshal of Yunque had already planned a way to murder you and put the blame on the richest man Yazan, then the enthusiasm of the Grand Marshal and the performance of General Shaking Butt just now make sense. At the same time, Graston's performance was also explained. When he found that General Shaking Butt wanted to invite you into the city and keep you just like him, he first showed a puzzled expression, and then his face began to become very ugly. We can boldly guess that he also guessed General Shaking Butt's conspiracy at that time, so he was eager to return to the city to warn the richest man Yazan of Yunque. Otherwise, for today's ordinary welcoming ceremony, what reason did Graston have to rush back to report to his master? Very wonderful reasoning." Ian clapped his hands, then changed the subject and held up 3 fingers. "I really want to say this, but there are at least 3 problems in this inference." "What problems?" "First, when General Shaking Butt was examined by me, his reaction was not only panicked and abnormal, but also fearful. It's normal to be afraid when a conspiracy like murder is discovered, right?" Celia didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it. At that time, there was no murder plot that was discovered. Ian denied Celia's point of view. "There was only my suspicion about their purpose of inviting me into the city. This suspicion was not threatening. Because I refused to enter the city, the murder would not happen, and we naturally could not find any evidence. Unfounded suspicion without evidence cannot pose any threat to a powerful general, so the reaction of the Shaking Butt general was obviously excessive at that time. From this perspective, I can think of 2 possibilities." Ian continued. "The first is that the reaction of the Shaking Butt general at that time was pretended. He wanted to convey to me the message of I have a problem through this exaggerated reaction. Of course, if this is true, his purpose is not known to me for the time being. The second possibility is that he was really panicked and frightened, but this emotion was not caused by my discovery of his murder plot. But Celia saw Ian stop and asked quickly. "I don't know," Ian said as a matter of course. "There is no more information here to support further reasoning." Ian marked a small question mark where he stopped writing. "Generally, when I encounter this situation, I will leave it blank for the time being and continue to deduce after collecting more information." Now, Ian took out the previous piece of paper. "Let's go back and start discussing the second question. When we were in Pentus," Celia suddenly interrupted with a digression, "did you see through me in this way?" The second question is, Ian did not answer Celia's question. "Graston's purpose in leaving in a hurry. You made an overly absolute judgment without further clues." Celia saw that Ian was unwilling to answer and was not stupid enough to ask further questions, so she did not say anything, but just waited quietly for Ian to continue. "Assuming that your reasoning, that Graston suddenly guessed that General Shaking Butt and his men might have such a conspiracy and was in a hurry to go back to find Yazan is true, you think that Graston was in a hurry to leave to warn Yazan about the conspiracy of the Grand Marshal's faction. But the biggest flaw in this speculation is, why didn't he warn us before leaving? Graston was originally at odds with the Grand Marshal's faction, so how could he give up such a good opportunity to use us to attack the Grand Marshal? Even if he was not sure whether there was such a murder conspiracy, it would be good to say it out, to alienate the relationship between me and the Grand Marshal. But he left without saying anything, and when he left, He told me that he would come to me later. So I thought of the second possibility. Maybe Graston himself was not sure whether Yazan was also involved in the conspiracy of the Grand Marshal's faction. Yazan and the Grand Marshal? Yes, there are rumors outside that the two are incompatible, but what is the specific truth? It is a very common method in politics to pretend to be in opposition to achieve ulterior motives or to artificially create a certain balance. Compared with us, Graston obviously knows the true relationship between them better. You mean, if Graston thought that Yazan and the Grand Marshal might be working together? Then it makes sense that when he discovered the conspiracy, he couldn't be sure whether Yazan was involved or not. Celia nodded. Yes, and the banquet will be held in Yazan's pyramid. With the Grand Marshal and Yazan obviously not getting along, it may not be easy for the Grand Marshal's people to arrange an assassination in Yazan's pyramid. So Graston chose to return to Yunque first and ask Yazan if he was also involved in the plan. This is only the second possibility. Is there a third one? Yes, it is also possible that Graston is sure that Yazan did not participate, but he still chose not to warn us because he wants to turn the tables and wait for the Grand Marshal and his men to take action before thwarting their conspiracy. This way, I can completely infuriate me and purge the Grand Marshal and his faction. Secondly, he can do me a favor. However, this possibility is not high. From what I know about Graston, he may have the brains, but he should not have the courage. Which possibility do you prefer? Seeing Ian stop, Celia asked, do you think Yazan was involved? In the absence of clues and evidence, we cannot have subjective bias towards any possibility we deduce, Ian said and suddenly laughed. Besides, you said it, as if we have guessed right up to this point. We are just deducing various possibilities. Of course, Celia washed her face with her hands. Just deducing. After deducing to this point, we can only draw one conclusion. That is, Graston will be more inclined to his master, rather than us when encountering disagreements. But this is also expected. After all, he has not really benefited from me. What if we continue to deduce? Let's assume that Yazan was involved in this conspiracy. Then we can get a new conclusion. Ian took over. Yazan did not regard Graston as a true confidant, and he didn't even tell him such an important thing. This is very valuable information. It's just a potentially valuable information that we may not be able to use. Ian corrected. Okay, let's go back to the previous branch point. That is, Celia flipped through the manuscripts that Ian had just listed. The conclusion of murder itself. Ian took a sheet from Celia's hand. Is also the third problem in your reasoning that I mentioned. Why? Their reaction has clearly shown that there is something wrong with Yunque, hasn't it? Of course there is something wrong with Yunque, but murdering me at the banquet is just one of the possibilities. The smallest possibility. Ian looked at Celia. Murder is an action that leaves no room for maneuver. If the Grand Marshal really wants to do this, then what is his motive? This deduction is a method of reasoning from general to specific. Ian reminded, if you can't find the answer, then let's go back to the most basic logic. If a person wants to do something, what is it for? To get something by doing it, Celia replied instinctively, and then she corrected, to get benefits, or to suffer some kind of loss, if he doesn't do it, forcing him to do it. What if there is a risk in doing this? Then the benefits of doing it must be greater than the risks of doing it, or the risks of not doing it must be greater than the benefits of not doing it. Back to the question of Yunque, assuming I die, what will Yunque get? If you die, the bond that holds the alliance of Ghis will be broken. That's right. Celia suddenly realized, they may think that, as long as you die, Dina is, a little girl, will not have the courage to continue fighting the Dothraki in Slavers Bay, and she will flee with her army. Then the threat of Horse King Drogo to Slavers Bay will be lifted, and they will no longer need to fulfill the unequal treaty signed with Astapor. It's the same as I thought, but what about the risks? Celia was stunned and smiled absurdly. If you die in Yunque, then our army may turn Yunque into a pile of rubble in anger. Compared to the Centaur War, which seems to have little chance of winning, but at least there is hope, and most of the losses will be borne by Meereen. Our threat to Yunque is more direct and deadly. If the conspiracy was planned by a lieutenant like the Shaking Butt General, then the motive could be many things, such as money. After the matter was settled, he could leave Yunque and go to other cities. But according to our previous reasoning, the conspiracy was probably led by the Grand Marshal, and even the richest man Yazan might have participated in it. These two people can be regarded as the masters of Yunque. For them, the risks far outweigh the benefits. Ian helped Celia come to the conclusion, so I said that the possibility that this conspiracy was aimed at my murder is very low. Just very low. Can't it be ruled out? Unfortunately, it can't be. Ian chuckled and looked at Celia without saying anything. His gaze made Celia's scalp numb. Celia had forgotten how long she hadn't felt this sense of oppression from Ian. No, she remembered that the last time she was stared at by Ian was in the mountaintop temple in Pentus. The benefits and risks here are all things we know. Ian tapped the manuscript twice, but is there a possibility that this risk has actually been resolved in advance? Defuse the risk. How to resolve it? Celia suddenly remembered the order Ian had given to Yada just now. Do you mean to poison the food provided to our army? Did you think of this step at that time? No, my mind was still a mess at that time. I just took precautions. Ian shook his head. Besides, I don't think they would rely on such an unreliable method as poisoning the food to deal with my army. So they think they can defend Yunque. The defenders of Yunque are just a group of rabble, and their walls are already rotten. Ian denied again. Finally, Celia's face changed, as if she didn't understand what Ian was talking about until this moment. So what you want to say is that they know that this army will not attack Yunque after your death. To be more precise, they have been working with people who can take over your army after your death to formulate such a plan, right? Chapter 270 Mysterious Merchant. Your idea is quite interesting. Ian chuckled. Isn't it? Celia asked back. This conclusion is consistent with the original conclusion that the Grand Marshal and his men tried to pin the murder on Yazan. The Grand Marshal had already conspired with those who could take over your army and only liquidated Yazan after your death. In this way, they not only eliminated their political enemies in Yunque, but also avoided a war with the Horse King. Then in your opinion, who are the people who can do this? Furmore? Celia guessed first. No, he doesn't have such a status. Even if Lexix is on his side, he can only control two slave iron legions at most. He can't get his hands on the elite Unsullied and the Royal Guard's cavalry. Even the two slave legions may not completely listen to them, because all the centurions in the legion are selected by me personally, my students. That's Rawl. He is the chief deputy commander of the army. After you die, he should take over the command. Celia denied this possibility halfway through her words, but Rawl doesn't have much reputation in the army. Whether it's Furmore, Lexix, or Keoquigo, the commander of the cavalry, they may not obey his command. And Rawl is your NPC, he can't betray you. Then what? Celia frowned, and finally shook her head after a long time. It seems that there is no one who can do this. If you die in Yunque, at this time, if any of your lieutenants dares to come out to stop others from avenging you, he will definitely be torn to pieces by the angry others. Yes, because I have never thought about what will happen after my death. So in our system, I'm the only one who has absolute authority, and there is no one with enough prestige to be called my successor. Even Daenerys, our Deja Queen, will be considered the protagonist if she can get half of my power after my death. In that case, Celia fell into deep thought again. But have you ever thought that for the Grand Marshal of Yunque, his collaborator doesn't need to control my army after my death? This person actually only needs to persuade my lieutenants to only punish the culprit Yazan instead of venting my anger on the entire Yunque for my death, or to split my army immediately after my death, so that we can have a civil war and cannot attack Yunque. That's enough. Rawl and Calquigo are your NPCs. They won't be traitors. Similarly, Grey Worm and Hero, who command the 1st and 2nd legions of the Unsullied respectively, are unlikely to betray. So, the traitors can only be Furmore and Lexix. Maybe they think that their two slave legions plus the Yunque army and Yunque's mercenaries have the strength to fight us. The Unsullied were trained by them personally. They are very clear about the gap in quality between the Iron Legion of slaves and the Unsullied. I don't think they will make such a stupid judgment. Ian denied it again. Then, there is no one. Isn't there another one in front of me? Me. Celia showed an extremely shocked expression, and her face turned pale at the same time. I don't have any army, Celia argued. I don't understand why you suspect me. I once gave orders to the Unsullied that their first object of obedience changed from my finger of the harpy to me. But if I'm suddenly murdered one day, who will they obey? The person holding the whip. Then, among all of us, who has the greatest hope of getting the whip first after I die? No, 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 Celia said 3 no's in a row. This is ridiculous. Not only can you get the whip first, but my confidants also know about our relationship. As long as you use the right words, you have a great chance of persuading Raw and Cal Quiggle to switch allegiance to you. You only need to point the finger at the real murderer, Yazan, the richest man in Yunque, and kill him to avenge me. After that, you can naturally take over most of my power, and Justina trust in you to let her appoint you as her new Hand of the Queen. Coincidentally, Ian continued, the current number of players is 21. After you backstab me, although your points will be deducted due to the alliance mechanism, because the number of players has been reduced to less than 20, you will not face the threat of the faceless. If you score 0, it seems that no one here is more suitable to be the conspirator than you. It seems that this is really a good explanation, but Celia was silent for a long time, but suddenly laughed, then picked up the chubby orange cat that had been fed from her feet and pushed it into Ian's face. I have always been in your sight. How can I complete such a huge conspiracy behind your back? No, I once withdrew my surveillance on you when I changed into a human. If you were keenly aware that I had not possessed the orange cat for a long time before interacting with it, you would have had the time to commit the crime, Ian refuted in his heart. Besides, there is the backstab judgment of the alliance system. If I really planned to kill you behind your back, the system should have judged that I backstabbed you long ago, right? Celia spoke again. How could I forget this? Ian blinked. He had previously only thought that he had given up monitoring Celia because of the shape-shifting humans, so he subconsciously listed Celia as the number 1 suspect and even forcibly guided Celia to admit her own crimes. But Ian forgot that the alliance mechanism itself has a warning for the behavior of mutual backstabbing between allies, that is, the judgment of backstab. It is true that the reliability of the system's alliance mechanism is not high, and there is even some suspicion of encouraging backstabs, but perhaps in order to make players feel that the alliance mechanism is at least somewhat useful, the plan has designed such a system that allied players will be judged as backstabbed if they try to backstab each other. If a player does something that harms the interests of an ally, Ian is not sure to what extent he will be judged as a backstab, but joining forces with outsiders to set up a killing game and try to seize the opponent's power is definitely a backstab. Since the system did not show that the alliance between the two sides had broken down, it proved that Celia was really innocent. That's right, then this possibility is ruled out. Ian drew a cross behind Celia's name, then he looked up and asked as a matter of course, by the way, we are just deduce various situations, and I'm used to thinking from the worst possibility. You should not mind, right? Don't mind. I almost lost half my life because of you. If you are excluded. Ian pretended not to notice Celia's expression. Then Furmore and Lexix are the only remaining suspects, and there seems to be something going on later. Yunque. After returning to Yunque, Grazdozoark, the shaking butt general, did not immediately go to the tower of Grand Marshal Yakhazo, but after dismissing most of the cavalry, he led a few people straight to the south of the city. The sparrow that Ian changed into followed the shaking butt general's team not far away. After a while, he found that the other party came to a warehouse. Sir, how come you are back so soon? A man who looked like the warehouse manager ran out to greet him. Have you counted it? The shaking general did not answer the manager's question, but asked anxiously. The warehouse manager hesitated for a moment and was whipped to the ground by the shaking general, leaving a clear blood mark on his face. My lord, the warehouse manager staggered to his feet and said with an apologetic smile, my lord, don't worry, we have sent enough slaves to the countryside to collect grain. It will take at most a week, no, at most 5 days, for them to come back with the food and grass you want. 5 days? General shaking his butt was furious and lashed the warehouse manager with a whip again. That damn Earl Derry refused the invitation to come to the city for a banquet and the gifts from the wise lords. He doesn't want to stay in Yunque for even a day. What should we do? What to do is what you should consider. I'm going to report to the Grand Marshal now. You'd better prepare the food and grass that Earl Derry needs within 3 days. If you exceed this time, you will surely die before me. After saying this, General shaking his butt spurred his horse away. Bah. Bastard. If you hadn't sold the military rations prepared by Yunque for the Astapori to the high-priced Volantis merchant for your greed, how could this happen? The warehouse manager angrily spat on the ground as he watched General shaking butt walk away. And you, the manager turned around and scolded his son. If you hadn't told Lord Grasdo about it, he wouldn't have known that the Volantis were buying the grain at a high price. But, Dad, the manager's son had to smile apologetically. Originally, we calculated the time well. Astapori's army should arrive in Yunque in about 6 or 7 days. By then, our grain collecting team would have collected enough new grain and returned. Who could have thought that the Astapori would run so fast? Forget it, forget it. The manager waved his hand irritably and returned to the warehouse with his son. After hesitating for a moment, Ian Sparrow did not choose to enter the warehouse, but flapped his wings again and caught up with General Shaking Butty, who was leaving. Camp outside the city. What's wrong? Why do you look so weird? Celia asked quickly when she saw Ian suddenly showing a helpless expression after being silent for a while. I just suddenly felt like a clown. Ian came back to his senses and scratched his hair. Do you know what I heard just now when I followed the bird of the Shaking General? How could I know? The mystery of why General Shaking but wanted to invite me into the city has been solved, including the reason why he was panicked and afraid at the time, and why he repeatedly confirmed with me how long I planned to stay in Yunque. Ian rolled his eyes. This guy secretly sold the military rations prepared by Yunque for us to a Volantis merchant in cooperation with the manager of the Yunque granary a few days ago. Their newly sent grain collection team has not returned yet, and they can't take out this grain now, so General Shaking but urgently hopes that I can stay in Yunque for a few more days so that he can fill this hole. So his panic at the time was not due to your scrutiny, and he was not afraid of you. But if you are eager to complete the supply and set off, his crime will be discovered by the marshal. Celia quickly understood what Ian meant. So that's how it is. So no matter how we deduced just now, we couldn't get a conclusion that could perfectly explain all the doubts, because the premise of the whole deduction, the conspiracy of the Yunque marshal against you itself, does not exist. Guards. Ian did not answer, but shouted outside. Captain Yada of the guards walked in again after hearing the voice. Send spies to Yunque to investigate something. Ian ordered Yada. Recently, the large granary in the southern part of Yunque sold a huge amount of grain to a Volantis merchant. The grain may not have all gone out of that warehouse. Anyway, help me find out the details of this transaction, including the details of the Volantis merchant, his motive for buying this batch of grain, and all the information related to this transaction that can be found. Send a few more people and tell them to report to me while they investigate. Yes. After receiving the order, Yada left quickly without any extra nonsense. After sending Yada away, Ian sat back at the table and picked up the manuscript paper he had just written and started to read it. Hey, what are you still doing? Celia asked in a strange tone. Hasn't the truth been solved? For a rigorous deduction, these can only be regarded as a few new clues and a new possibility. We can only bring this possibility back to the original bifurcation point and deduce it again and make sure that there are no other doubts before it is considered over. Did you do the same thing when you were in Pentis? Although Celia didn't want Ian to always mention what happened at that time, she couldn't help asking. No, I didn't have so much time at that time. Ian paused and didn't expand. It's different now. According to General Shaking Butt, we need to stay here for at least 4 or 5 days to complete the supply. Complete this deductive reasoning. Just think of it as me killing time. Ian didn't tell the truth. In fact, he was not killing time. The reason why he chose to continue was more because these clues were still full of doubts. But now the context of the whole thing has been sorted out, so he doesn't plan to let Celia continue to participate, which will only slow down his thinking speed. And Ian actually didn't rely on the supplies provided by Yunke at all. The food he brought with him this time was enough for him to march directly to Meereen. Asking Yunke to give him food was just a simple extortion. The food and grass must go before the troops move. How could he let others choke him on the food and grass? P.S. I made a lot of compromises for the sake of grades before, deleted a lot of more complicated plots, and was a little restrained when writing. But after this sick leave, the subscription has dropped to 1 or 200 anyway, so I will no longer consider the grades, and will not change the style. In addition, I will definitely finish this book, and do what I said, but the grades are really too bad, so the ideas about the Shadowland, the Land of Eternal Winter and the Land of Rights in the outline, can only be discussed later. I thought about opening a book with Rhaegar as the protagonist, and I had thought of the beginning, but Game of Thrones is really too niche, so I may not write it. And the number of words in the finished book will most likely not exceed 1.2 million, unless the grades suddenly improve, but it is probably impossible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. A friend comes from afar. Where is Lord Yazan? Take me to see him. Graston Moeras came to the gate of the pyramid of the richest man Yazan, and told the waiter and guard, "The great sage is bathing. Do you think you can go to the hall to wait?" The guard of the pyramid answered politely, but he took Graston directly to the direction of the hall without waiting for his reply. No, Graston rejected the guard's suggestion very abnormally. "I need to see Lord Yazan immediately. Lead the way." Yazan contracted a strange disease when he was adventuring in Sithorias 10 years ago. This disease reacted very seriously on his skin, so Yazan would spend a long time every day taking a medicinal bath with some expensive oriental medicinal herbs to relieve the pain. Graston knew that, if he went to the hall to wait, he might have to wait until dinner to see his master. This is against the rules. I told you, I'm in a hurry. Who is not in a hurry to see the great sage lord? The guard had never seen a visitor dare to show such an attitude, so he subconsciously asked, "Do you have any special reason? Do I need to report any special reason to you? Idiot, I'll let you lead the way." Graston's tone changed, and he took out the whip he carried with him, and whipped the other person. "Remember, you are just a slave." The guard was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Graston was the wise lord of the second echelon of Yunke, wearing a toka robe with golden tassels. He broke the rules of the great sage lord and the great sage lord would punish him. If he blocked the way here, even if the other party killed him, the great sage lord might not frown for it. "Yes, yes, sir." He immediately bowed and changed direction. "Please come this way, sir." Graston was still angry, but he was in a hurry to confirm some things, and didn't have time to get angry with the dog, so he whipped the guard again, and urged him to speed up. Ian followed them into the complex corridor of the pyramid. He used a sparrow to track Graston. This is a bird that can be seen everywhere in the local area. Ian casually occupied several of them after arriving in Yunke. With the legendary level of skin changer skills, Ian was almost effortless when occupying these ordinary small animals. Even controlling several at the same time would not increase the mental burden. Of course, this was without controlling humans or dragons. Soon, he followed Graston to the large bathroom on the upper floor of the pyramid, but unexpectedly Graston closed the door so quickly after entering that Ian almost bumped into the door when he tried to keep up. There was no other passage between the corridor and the bathroom except this door, and it was definitely impossible to push the door open with the body of a sparrow, so Ian could only quickly cross the corridor, find a window to fly out of the pyramid, and then start looking for a window from the outside to enter the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, after closing the door, Graston walked into the magnificent bathroom of Yazan alone. There were 4 baths in total, the largest of which could accommodate at least 100 people bathing at the same time without appearing crowded. But at this moment, there was almost no steam in the entire bathroom, and most of the baths were dry. Because of the medicinal bath, the great sage Yazan Zoquags only used the smallest bath, and there was no scene of beauty surrounding the bath like in other Yunke sages' homes. The great sage was soaking in the pool alone. Behind him, there was only a slave wearing a dress decorated with moonstones and melees squatting outside the pool to serve him. Graston recognized the slave girl and regarded her as a slave girl because although she was a hermaphrodite, she was slim, sweet looking, with purple hair and purple eyes. Her name is Sweetheart. She is Yazan's favorite slave. She is high above everyone else and enjoys privileges. Yazan's other slaves hate her to the core, but Graston has a good relationship with her. Sweetheart saw Graston coming, so she massaged Yazan's head while whispering in Yazan's ear as he closed his eyes to rest. Master, the wise Master Graston is here. Yazan woke up from a half-sleep state, opened his eyes, and looked at Graston. Why are you here at this time? Didn't you go out of the city to welcome Earl Derry? Earl Derry rejected our invitation to the banquet, Graston said, observing Yazan's reaction. He believes that there should be no enjoyment before the war is over. Wisdom beyond age. Yazan laughed, without showing any displeasure, but commented like an elder. This Yazan's reaction made Graston confused for a moment, what he was thinking, so he had to continue to test. Aren't you angry? You specially prepared a banquet for him. Specially? For people like us, whether it's special or not, isn't it just giving orders to our subordinates? Yazan smiled, gently shrugged his left shoulder, to signal Sweetie to press his shoulder instead. If the Council of Sages hadn't unanimously agreed that my pyramid could better support young K's reputation, I wouldn't have had any interest in participating in this matter at all. When the Council of Sages was held before, Graston happened to have something to do and missed it, so he didn't know the details of the time. He's not coming, Yazan continued, and then closed his eyes leisurely again. I just got free. But with your personality, the Council of Sages may not be able to order you around, right? Graston couldn't accept this explanation. Graston knew Yazan very well. Although this great sage was also a shrewd, brave, and energetic person before, since his condition worsened seriously, and he knew that he didn't have much time left, he had lost interest in most things. And if Yazan himself is not interested, even if the harpy descends to the world, he can't force him to do anything. This is why Graston subconsciously suspected that Yazan was involved after realizing that there might be something fishy about this banquet. Of course, but they told me that the young man named Derry ambushed and killed the famous pirate Euron Greyjoy when he was in Astapor. And that pirate who has sailed to every corner of the known world has information related to my strange disease. And now all this information has fallen into the hands of the Earl. So I thought it would be nice if I could get to know him. But you just said that it's okay if he doesn't come. How many people have I met who claim to understand my strange disease? Yazan did laugh. Those people are all liars without exception. So why should I have hope for this? If he comes, he comes. If he doesn't come, forget it. Unfortunately, Graston is not a modern person, otherwise a word will definitely pop up in his mind. Lie down. Of course it's good to have it, but it's okay if you don't. Okay. Since Yazan said so, it proves that he really didn't participate in anything. Just like his attitude of not caring about anything after knowing that he didn't have much time left, he had long lost interest in lying. Graston breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he didn't have to choose between Yazan and that person. Who would I choose? Graston suddenly thought, and then he was shocked by his own idea. He thought he would choose Yazan without hesitation, but he found that he was actually very hesitant. Forget it, at least I don't have to make a choice. So, you said so much. Did you find any problems? I suspect that this banquet is a conspiracy of the Grand Marshal and his men. Graston paused, and then revealed his guess. They may want to murder Earl Derry at the banquet held here, and then put the blame on you. Oh. Yazan's lazy eyes suddenly brightened a little, as if he hadn't heard such an interesting thing for a long time. There are 3 things that make me suspicious. One is the camping site that Grasdozo Arc, General Shaking Butt, recommended to Earl Derry at that time. Camp outside the city sitting at the table. Ian was a little irritated. The pyramid structure of the great sage Yazan was simply inexplicable. After being locked outside the door and going out, the sparrow that he changed into did not find the window of the large bathroom until Graston left. Therefore, Ian had no idea what Yazan and Graston said during the more than 10 minutes they were together. But the good news is that after leaving Yazan, Graston directly set foot on the road to the north gate of Yunque. If nothing unexpected happens, he should come straight to his camp, and he should be able to get a lot of information from him by then. On the other side, General Shaking Bud Grazdozoark was still on his way to the tower of the Grand Marshal on the southeast wall. Ian followed the two people with two sparrows, and then put his thoughts back on the manuscript paper. So far, Ian has sorted out the following key doubts about the story of General Shaking, but wrestling military food. First, if General Shaking, but hopes to stay in Yunque for a few more days, to give him time to gather military food, so as to avoid being discovered by the Grand Marshal about his wrestling military food. Then the fact that the Grand Marshal is going to give him a mansion and Yunque invites him to the city for a banquet itself cannot be explained. Second, the timing of the Volantis buying food. In fact, Ian does not doubt the motives of the Volantis merchants to buy food at a high price, even though Volantis itself is the largest food export city in Essos, and they certainly cannot come to Slavers Bay to buy food under normal circumstances. But now Slavers Bay is indeed in a rather abnormal state, because Slavers Bay is about to go to war, and the opponent is an invincible horse king. Any speculator with a nose for profit could find the business opportunity of buying food in Slavers Bay at this time. Once the Ghis coalition was defeated, and the farmland in the Skahazaban River basin controlled by Meereen was burned by the centaurs, Slavers Bay would fall into a very serious famine. At that time, the Volantis merchant could use the food collected at this time to extort the wealth accumulated by the Ghis over the centuries, turn the entire ship of food into a large amount of gold, and then purchase a large number of slaves from the Dothraki at a low price. It can be said to be a profitable business. If the Ghis alliance won, the possibility of victory was probably very small in the eyes of those merchants. Even if the Ghis really won, the profit they could get from the cheap purchase of centaurs from the victorious Ghis would be far higher than the investment in the early purchase of food. After all, Drogo's KLS had more than 100,000 people. Although more than 40,000 young and middle-aged drawing warriors were worthless, those women and children could still become high-quality slaves. Of course, they didn't know that Ian didn't intend to sell any slaves at all. Therefore, some merchants bought a large amount of food at this time, and the stupid and short-sighted General Shaking, but could not resist the temptation. He secretly sold the reserve food in the Yunque warehouse under the condition that he thought he could collect new food before Ian arrived to fill the gap. It was indeed a reasonable thing. But such a seemingly reasonable reason, when combined with the timing of the other party's purchase of food and other suspicious points, made Ian feel a hint of deliberateness, which was the taste of trickery. I don't know if it was affected by the Green Prophet's talent. Ian suddenly had an intuition that some great danger was approaching. Some kind of danger. Where will the danger come from? Who can threaten me and my army under the current circumstances? Or is there really a traitor among my deputy generals? Ian began to get irritated inexplicably, as if it was really the Green Prophet's talent that was warning him. Is there a traitor? Ian and Celia had previously ruled out the possibility of everyone else, except the two unsullied instructors in Astapor, and then Ian immediately found an excuse to transfer Furmore and Lexix to his central camp. It stands to reason that, even if they are traitors, they have lost the ability to pose a threat to him, but this feeling of uneasiness still does not disappear. Banquet Marshal. Shaking Butt General. Volantis Merchant Volantis. Ian suddenly blurted out, the third bounty box that was opened is in Volantis, and among the three mercenary groups hired by Yunque, the mercenary group called Bloody Hands also belongs to a Volantis Chamber of Commerce soon. A series of clues began to be combined in Ian's mind. Are there players behind this? Are the players of Volantis plotting against us? Celia suddenly asked. Ian then remembered that, although he did not let Celia participate in his subsequent reasoning activities, she was still by his side. Obviously, Celia associated the word bounty box said by Ian with the players. We had expected that there would be players. The question that has been bothering me is whether he is active in Yunque or in Meereen. After all, we are in the light and they are in the dark. We don't have any clues about them. But Ian narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect that it was a friend who came all the way from Volantis to Slavers Bay. We must show him our enthusiasm. Chapter 272 Double Trap. Is the Grand Marshal still here? Shaking Butt General Grazdozoark came to the Grand Marshal's tower with some trepidation. He didn't know what he should do to avoid being exposed for secretly wrestling Yunke's stored grain. If the Grand Marshal directly ordered Ian to agree to his request and provide the other party with supplies within 1 day after hearing that Ian refused to enter the city. Yes, the Grand Marshal is talking to General Fazahar and several mercenary leaders. The captain of the guard replied. The shaking butt general nodded and walked directly into the tower. Of course, Ian would not follow him in through the main gate, but flew directly to the top. The design of this tower for observation is certainly not as outrageous as Yazan's pyramid. As soon as Ian flew to the top, he saw several people in luxurious clothes through several large windows. The leader was riding in a sedan chair carried by 4 people. He was hunchbacked, wrinkled, and toothless, which reminded Ian of Tyrion Lannister's description of the young Marshal, a human-shaped sour plum. The short man standing beside the marshal was wearing a linen skirt and a dark yellow tunic, a cloak made of copper sheets, and his hair was twisted into a tower, shiny and oily. This is the traditional attire of Yunke's military nobles, different from the toca robes of other nobles. Based on the big front teeth he showed when he opened his mouth, Ian guessed that this was probably the one called Rabbit among the 3 deputy commanders of Yunke. If you think about it carefully, the Yunke mercenaries are really talented, and they can give their 3 deputy commanders such appropriate nicknames as Shaking Butt General, Rabbit and Pudding Face. That's why I said the key point is still the cavalry. The person who was speaking should be a mercenary from his attire. Ian didn't have any impression of his appearance, but Ian could probably confirm that he should be the leader of one of the Stormcrows or the Bloody Hands. After all, the tall body of the guy standing opposite this person in the red beard that was almost waist length had clearly explained his identity, the leader of the Second Sons, Titan's bastard Mero. Don't be so serious, General Rabbit took over. This is just a hypothesis. And the other hypothesis is worse, isn't it? The mercenary leader asked back. Cavalry? Hypothesis? What are they talking about? Just when Ian was about to continue listening to what the other party was saying, footsteps were heard at the spiral staircase, and everyone in the room stopped talking and looked at the stairs. Grand Marshal General Shaking Butt quickly saluted the person carrying the sedan chair and then nodded and greeted the others. After that, General Shaking Butt looked around privately a little unnaturally, and his butt shook unconsciously. What happened? Didn't you go out of the city to pick up Lord Derry and his men? Where are they? General Rabbit asked General Shaking Butt, noticing that he was hesitant to speak. But Ian could clearly feel that General Rabbit had no doubts at all at the moment. There was a hint of contempt in his tone, and a barely noticeable smile at the corner of his mouth, giving people the feeling that he was gloating over someone else's misfortune. Lord Derry rejected our invitation. He said he hoped to complete the supply as soon as possible and then head to Meereen. General Shaking Butt gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to say this out loud. That's good, General Rabbit interrupted. We were worried that he would not leave, but we didn't want to lose the courtesy to our allies. If General Rabbit was still trying to hold back his laughter, he took advantage of General Shaking Butt's head and didn't see him, and he put on a gloating face. Why did he refuse to enter the city? I'm done. General Shaking Butt was desperate and suddenly blurted out inspiration from nowhere. He said that the Yunke people were not worthy of sharing food with him. He humiliated Yunke, the Grand Marshal himself, and the Yazuk family. What the hell? Exclamation mark. You slandered me? If Ian wasn't a bird now, he would have wanted to slap him in the face. It's hard to say whether this move of General Shaking Butt is good or bad. His lie itself is easy to expose, because besides him, there were Graston Moeras and several Yunke cavalrymen present. But if he did nothing, he would be discovered to be wrestling stored grain soon. According to his previous conversation with the warehouse manager, he thought he would die after the incident was exposed. So he would not lose anything if he made a desperate attempt at this time. If he was exposed, he would die at most, but if he succeeded in instigating, as expected, as soon as he finished speaking, several Yunke generals, including the Grand Marshal and General Rabbit, showed very indignant expressions at the same time. This reminded Ian of some details in the original book. Many people did not have much impression of the old man, Yazuk, who looked like a human-shaped sour plum, because he did not have a big role in the original book, and received his lunchbox very quickly. But in fact, his identity was not just the Grand Marshal of Yunque. After the alliance against Dragon Mother was established in the original book, this person served as the Grand Marshal of the entire coalition. In other words, the new Ghis, which undoubtedly had a much stronger army, and other allies in the alliance at that time, handed over the command to this person. Considering that this Akhazoazak had not shown any military talent, and no great achievements could be found, the only explanation was that according to the tradition of the Gi's people, his status, family, was extremely noble. Then his humiliation of the Azak family would undoubtedly ignite the anger of these corrupt nobles who lived in the old dream of the ancient empire. Such a person is not qualified to be our ally. A Yunque general immediately said, "We should cancel the alliance. Any humiliation of Yunque should be punished." Another general immediately echoed, "Enough." To Ian's surprise, it was the humiliated Grand Marshal himself who stopped them. "This topic ends here. It doesn't matter if the Earl doesn't come, so quickly give him supplies and send him away." After saying that, the Grand Marshal waved his hand vigorously, signaling the slaves to carry the sedan chair away. Seeing the Grand Marshal's attitude, the others instantly lost their temper and began to look at each other. "Let's stop here today." General Rabbit waved to everyone, signaling them to leave, and then said to General Shaking Butt, "Do as the Grand Marshal wants. You are in charge of the food, so I'll leave this matter to you. Is that okay?" "No problem." General Shaking Butt tried to force his smile, but failed. Ian thought about it and stopped chasing General Shaking Butt, but started to fly back directly. "Camp outside the city. Did you find something again? Why do you have that expression?" Celia asked when she saw Ian's livid face. "Yeah, I almost got fooled by that guy." "So, what happened?" General Shaking Butt's grain wrestling is just a cover. "Is that guy acting?" "No, he doesn't have that ability, and that player probably wouldn't dare to believe the acting skills of such a piece of shit." General Shaking Butt himself was fooled. The sudden offer of the Volantis merchant to buy grain from him at a high price was itself a trap. Just now when General Shaking Butt was going to see the Grand Marshal, the expression of Yunque's other Lieutenant Rabbit made me sure of this. It is obvious that Rabbit knew the complete plan of that player and was one of that person's collaborators, but the stupid General Shaking Butt was used as a victim by them. What's the purpose? Celia was still confused. This is a psychological serial trap. If we come to Yunque and Yunque tells us directly that they haven't prepared food yet and asks me to wait here for a few days, then I will definitely be alert. Because our agreement with Yunque has been signed for some time, it is only about 20 days of military rations for an army of less than 20,000 people. There is no reason why Yunque cannot prepare it in advance. So Yunque chose to use a seemingly unreasonable kind invitation to arouse my vigilance and induce me to investigate the matter, but let me find out the truth myself. That General Shaking Butt resolved food, causing Yunque to be unable to take out food temporarily, so he wanted to keep me. I remember I told you before that the best way to deal with smart people is to deliberately let them see through your ideas, pretend to be controlled by them, and satisfy their sense of superiority in IQ. This trap is like this. When I have doubts and personally investigate the problem and rule out the possibility of banquet murder, I will breathe a sigh of relief and let down my guard. At the same time, since Yunque really can't take out food at this time, I have to stay here temporarily. They probably thought that I would only carry about 20 days of food when I set out for Mastapa in order to speed up the march and know that I can get supplies in Yunque. In that case, the remaining food in my army is not enough for my army to continue to march to Myrene, and for the need to maintain the alliance, I can't send troops to Yunque's villages to rob. So I can only wait in Yunque for a few days until Yunque's food and grass are ready. What's the purpose? Keeping us here for a few days. What is their purpose? Keeping us here for a few days is their purpose. Huh. From the beginning, the player didn't expect me to go to Yunque for the banquet. Since he can formulate such a trick, it means that he has actually investigated me for a long time. He knows my cautious character, so his plan is definitely not to simply trick me into Yunque and then murder me. Since I can't hide in the grass, and I won't go out to fight him, the only way for him to kill me is to fight in a group. Ian said as he took out a map and spread it on the table. You mean to fight our entire army? Young K with his head. How can it be only Young K? Young K is not the only city that was forced by us to sign an unequal treaty with us and send troops to fight the Horse King. Compared with Young K, Meereen has a much greater motivation to kill me, and New Ghis usually keeps pace with Meereen on foreign issues. This is too exaggerated. These cities have obviously allied with us. Yes, but we have just ruled out the possibility that there is a traitor in our army. Then the player wants to defeat or even annihilate my army. Unless he can predict the future, the only possibility is that he set out from Volantis with a fleet of tens of thousands of people to come here to instigate the 3 cities of Ghis before the news of our alliance with the 3 cities of Ghis spreads. After all, we analyzed it a long time ago. For the 3 cities of Ghis, they only have 2 choices, either to fight the Horse King or to fight us. They allied with us to fight against the Horse King because they knew that the Horse King could not capture Astapa and had to make a decision. But now I have left Astapa and my forces have been divided into 2 parts. Ian pressed his finger on the map. You see, the land distance between Meereen and Young K is 50 leagues, and the sea distance is even closer, only 48 leagues. P.S. Ian made a mistake when calculating the marching time before. In fact, the marching time from Young K to Meereen should be 10 days, which has been corrected. According to the news we received before, the 4 legions of New Ghis participating in this war have arrived in Meereen by ship. They and the troops and mercenaries that Meereen has assembled add up to 23,000 people, and Young K has nearly 8,000 people, not counting the sailors of the fleet. The average speed of warships in Slavers Bay is now 9 knots. Of course, they can't transport the entire army to Young K at once with warships alone. They need to use a large number of civilian ships at the same time. The average speed of civilian ships in Slavers Bay is 6 to 8 knots. We will calculate it based on the lowest 6 knots. The voyage from Meereen to Young K is only more than 2 days. We arrived in Meereen much earlier than the other party expected, so their plans were disrupted. We can guess that Young K discovered that we would arrive early when our vanguard scout cavalry arrived in Young K, which was 3 days ago. At that time, they sent messengers to Meereen by boat to inform their conspirators in Meereen. There is no habit of using ravens to send messages in Slavers Bay. Although I have ordered my men to start raising ravens, the time is too short, and they have not yet trained ravens that can travel back and forth between Meereen and the military camp independently. The messenger must have taken a fast ship, which only takes less than a day and a half. At this time, Meereen discovered that their army needed to set off in advance, so they began to prepare. Since their army had already assembled, this preparation would not take long. After Meereen began to prepare, the spies I deployed in Meereen must have noticed something unusual and sent someone back to report to me, but I have not received any news until now. That means the other player has already considered this problem. He only needs to prohibit any civilian ships from leaving the port of Meereen when the army starts to move, and send people to ambush on the Ghiskari coastal road to kill any riders who try to rush to Young K quickly. So, isn't the Meereen fleet coming soon? Celia stood up. Shouldn't we act now? No, Ian shook his head. In fact, when I found out that there might be a player behind this, I had already sent the Falcon to Meereen. It has now flown 40 leagues north and still hasn't found the Meereen fleet, which means we only have nearly 2 days to prepare. Chapter 273 The End of the Long Summer. Ian first took back control of the Sparrow that had been tracking the shaking, but General Grasdozo Alk, and then freed the Sparrow that had followed the visiting Grasden to his central camp. Then he came to his birdcage, selected a peregrine falcon and a golden eagle, and sent them into the sky after changing their shapes. Unlike the 2 temporary sparrows used for tracking before, the birds raised by Ian here were all raptors that Ian had collected at a high price, and they were considered his selected animal companions of the Shapeshifter. Even when he was the busiest, Ian would take time to cultivate feelings with these companions. But sometimes Ian found that as the number of times he changed his shape to these sky overlords increased, he seemed to inevitably become arrogant, so much so that sometimes he even ignored some things because of his arrogance. It was precisely to avoid making mistakes that Ian, while consciously avoiding his own arrogant emotions, also chose the method of starting from the worst possibility and not letting go of every possibility, which was obviously more time consuming and laborious than before. But judging from the results, his efforts did not seem to be in vain. After completing the transformation, Ian put the Golden Eagle above the camp. He needed to re-evaluate the terrain here from a global perspective, so as to make preparations for the upcoming war in advance. The peregrine falcon flew to Astapor with Ian's letters to Queen Daenerys, Dorian, the commander of the Royal Guard, Earl Darren Grafson, who might be suspected of being a player, and Elbron, who was unemployed, after being granted a fiefdom near Astapor. Ian was not sure whether the other party had any conspiracy in Astapor. Although Ian had made a complete deployment for the order and defense of Astapor before leaving, it would not be wrong to remind him once more at this moment. After completing these preparations, the falcon that Ian used to fly to Meereen had also arrived at the port of Meereen. The first thing that caught Ian's attention was the densely packed ships in the port. These ships came from all over the world, but from the flags Ian could roughly see that most of them were slave ships from Volantis, the three sister cities, Lies, Tirosh, and Karth. Since the news that the Horse King was marching towards the Slavers' Bay and the four cities of Ghis formed an alliance to fight against the Horse King spread, almost all the slave traders who got the news drove their ships to the Slavers' Bay as soon as possible. Because for them, whether the Ghis alliance was defeated or the Horse King was defeated, they could buy a large number of cheap slaves from the victors and fill their ships. These speculators mainly concentrated in Meereen because it was closer to the possible decisive battle site. If some of the ships here were acquisitioned, it would be no problem to transport all the more than 20,000 people gathered in Meereen to Yunkai at one time. But after flying over the port and coming to the sky above the city, Ian unexpectedly discovered that there were indeed a large number of troops stationed inside and outside Meereen, but they did not seem to have any signs of setting off. Was he wrong again? Impossible. Ian immediately denied this idea. At that time, when General Shaking but met the Grand Marshal, there was a small episode. That was that, in order to cover up the fact that he privately sold Yunkai's grain reserves, he fabricated a plot to humiliate the Grand Marshal of Yunkai and his family. Ian remembered clearly that the Grand Marshal's expression was very angry at that time. It was obvious that he believed what the Shaking General said, but the Grand Marshal stopped his men from discussing the matter and ended the meeting hastily. Did he decide to endure it for the sake of the overall situation of the Ghis alliance and not wanting to conflict with his allies? This possibility sounds a bit ridiculous for a slave owner like the Grand Marshal of Yunkai who lives in the dream of the old empire. Ian would rather believe that the Grand Marshal of Yunkai had already determined that Ian, that bastard, can't jump around for much longer, so he chose to endure it temporarily. This is also the key reason why Ian suspected that the other party would completely solve his troubles with a large-scale military operation. But there is really no sign of an imminent dispatch of troops here. Are they waiting for something? Yes, the double trap set by the Volantis merchant and the Grand Marshal of Yunkai tried to make me stay in Yunkai for 5 more days, and it only took 2 days for the army of Meereen to arrive in Yunkai from departure. If they were waiting for something, it would make sense that they didn't rush to set off. What are they waiting for? Another confusing point is, why did they choose Yunkai as the place to attack me? Ian switched to the view of the Golden Eagle over Yunkai. There is no problem with the deployment of my own military camp. There are sentries on several nearby high grounds. Whether the enemy chooses to land at the port of Yunkai or anywhere on the north bank, even if I don't use the ability of the skin changer to scout in the sky, the enemy will definitely be discovered before approaching my army, and there is no possibility of a sneak attack. There are several small rivers and streams passing through here. They can't cut off our water supply. Poisoning is impossible. Well, water can be poisoned, but running water cannot. Even if the player wants to force poison regardless of the lives of the Yunkai residents further downstream, he can't get so much poison in this era. At the same time, the location of the camp is not downstream of any big river, and it is far away from dangerous large forests, so water attack and fire attack are impossible. If it is just a head-on confrontation, wouldn't it be better for them to wait for us to arrive in Meereen and launch an attack as soon as possible? Wouldn't that be more unexpected than transporting troops all the way from Meereen? After leaving the tent, where the bird cages were placed, Ian returned to the central army tent, where Graston Moeras had been waiting for a long time. Lord Derry, Graston saw Ian coming in, quickly put down the wine glass in his hand and stood up. Please sit down, my friend, you don't have to be so restrained here. Ian made a gesture of invitation, and then sat down on his own. Although Ian couldn't hear the conversation between Graston and Yazan, because he couldn't find the entrance to the bathroom in the Pyramid of Yazan, the richest man in Yunque, but judging from the fact that Graston came to find him as soon as he met Yazan, Ian thought it was unlikely that Graston and Yazan were involved in the conspiracy between the Grand Marshal and the mysterious player. Of course, the possibility that he was acting could not be ruled out. By the way, you came to me now to talk about something related to helping you gain military merit, right? Ian pretended to know nothing and continued the original topic. After you left, I talked to some insiders. Only then did I know that your relationship with the Grand Marshal of Yunque was not so harmonious. But it doesn't matter. I have a preliminary idea here. We can form a mercenary group with your money. The number of people does not need to be too large. Then you can command this mercenary to directly join my army and cooperate with our actions. In the end, I will let the secretary exaggerate your contribution. No, my lord. Graston finally stopped hesitating after hearing this and interrupted Ian. I'm worried that there may be no alliance or coalition. What do you mean? Ian asked in confusion. Didn't you doubt our purpose of inviting you into the city before? My purpose is. I think I should already know your purpose. Oh, Graston nodded. That's right, but you can't imagine that Grasdozo Algae should have followed the instructions of the Grand Marshal. Their purpose is to murder you at Lord Yazan's banquet. Do you know what you are talking about? Ian pretended to be surprised. This is a very terrible accusation. I know that I may think that my motives are not pure when I say such words at this time, but Graston paused, as if he didn't know how to explain. You can tell me in detail. I will judge the situation myself. Ian didn't have the leisure to play games with Graston. His biggest problem now was that he couldn't confirm which side Graston or the great sage Yazan behind him stood on. What first made me suspicious was the attitude of the Grand Marshal and his men on the location of the decisive battle with the Horse King. Graston said, when your plan was first passed to Yunque, we had a very heated discussion. Ian knew that Graston was talking about the plan he had proposed at the war meeting in Astapa to fight Drogo at the foot of Meereen, or in the Skahazaban Valley. This plan was deliberately leaked by Ian, in order to cause dissatisfaction among the Meereen nobles, so as to use the NPC Koru who was transformed by him to create conflicts in Meereen. Unfortunately, when he killed Euron, he was suddenly attacked by an unknown black slime, forcing him to give up the connection with Koru and let the black dragon Iron who changed his shape to eliminate the black slime, which made Ian's plan for Meereen fail. For a long time, before you arrived in Yunque, the Grand Marshal and his men insisted on their own opinions. Graston continued when he saw that Ian did not respond. Even the Grand Marshal himself put forward a more extreme view. He believed that the coalition should be led by him, or the Lord of Meereen, not a young man. Graston looked at Ian nervously after saying this word. After finding that the latter had no reaction, he continued, but all this changed after Peo Zopal visited Yunque. Peo Zopal? Ian had never heard of this person. He is the son of Graston Zopal, the Grand Admiral of Meereen, and his elder brother is the famous Meereen champion warrior Osnak Zopal. The Grand Admiral of Yunque had the same name as Graston himself, but he did not seem embarrassed when he spoke. After all, this name was too common among the nobles of Ghis. Oh. Ian nodded. Although Ian had never heard of the Grand Admiral, he had an impression of the champion warrior of Meereen. In the original book, when Daenerys attacked Meereen, Meereen sent this guy out of the city for a duel, because Daenerys hesitated in selecting an agent. This champion warrior once took out Gigi, and urinated in front of Daenerys' entire army, mocking that Daenerys' army was full of eunuchs. Then he was killed in seconds by the strongman Belwys. In the TV series, this scene was transferred to Dragon Mother's lover, the mercenary leader Derry Naharis. The most impressive thing is that after Daario killed this champion warrior, he took out Gigi and urinated back at Meereen. By the way, I almost forgot that this Dario is now in Yunque City. If we fight back, people have to remember to kill him first. After all, he stepped into Yunque with his left foot first, and Ian hates such people the most. Does it mean that the Meereen military sent someone to find the Marshal to inform? Ian asked. Yes, since then, the Grand Marshal's attitude has changed. He no longer argues with the Wise Lords who support your plan, and even took the initiative to propose to the Council of the Wise Lords to hold a grand welcome banquet for you. When I went to greet you with General Grazdo, shaking his butt, Grazdo even said that the Grand Marshal had prepared a mansion in Yunque as a gift for you. All this is very different from his previous attitude. It sounds like Meereen compromised first and agreed to my battle plan, but this is absolutely impossible. If the Meereenese can bear the risk of letting the Horse King pass through Lazar and enter the Skahazaban River Basin, they will not join your alliance at all. Yes, this is why the Volantis player can easily convince Meereen to start opposing me. Ian was a little helpless. If it weren't for Euron's sudden visit, he would never lose control of Meereen. Of course, just getting here doesn't mean anything. Grazden shook his head. The next thing is, when you first arrived, the camping site that General Grazdo suggested to you was near a forest that had already begun to wither and turn yellow. It only took a fire to engulf half of your army and forced the rest to flee to the high slope in the west, which was the direction of Yunque's southeast gate. The southeast wall of Yunque was located on a hill. If you fled in that direction, the cavalry couldn't speed up at all, and the row of trebuchets deployed by Yunque on the wall could easily throw boulders at you. Oh. Ian recalled the terrain he had just seen from the air with the Golden Eagle, and thought about it, and it was exactly the case. At that time, because Ian had already chosen the camping site in advance, he rejected General Grazdo's suggestion without even looking at it, and didn't carefully analyze the dangers of such a place that he would never go to. So is this the reason why the enemy chose Yunque as the place for the decisive battle? Do they think this broken plan can work? Do I look so stupid? No, that's not right. How come this river is so much wider than on the map? Moreover, most of the villages and farmlands in Yunque are on the east bank of the river. Ian Golden Eagle suddenly slowed down in front of a river about 4 leagues east of the camp. Do you know that there is a big river 4 leagues east of here? Ian asked, while controlling the Golden Eagle to change direction and fly north along the river. Big river? No, not very big. Ian realized that his words were too exaggerated. Most of the river width should be between 150 and 250 meters, and the widest place is less than 400 meters. What kind of big river is this? Grazden was speechless. I mean, compared to the markings on the map, it's a little too big, isn't it? Ian found the location of the river on the map. It shouldn't be much bigger than these small rivers near my camp. This is a tributary of the Tamakaha River, Grazden explained. Tamakaha means milk in the ancient Ghis language. It is a river from the snow-capped peaks of the Ghis Mountains. There is a saying that it once nurtured the civilization of Yunque. In fact, including the small rivers that flow through your camp, most of the rivers in this entire area are its tributaries. As for the tributary you are pointing to now, due to its special terrain, the width of its river channel is determined by the season. At this time, its width is about 3 times the usual width. Bullshit. Seasons can determine the flood season and dry season of rivers that are mainly sourced from snow-capped mountains. But how much snow must be melted to widen the river channel so much weight? Ian was stunned. By the way, how do the seasons change in the world of ice and fire? This summer has lasted for 8 years. Grazden did not notice Ian's inner thoughts. After a long flood season, the main river channel of the Tamakaha River has become nearly 2/3 wider than usual, and this tributary with a special terrain has become what it is now. Damn it. Ian couldn't help but hold his forehead. No wonder there are so many wastelands in this world that no one wants. Ian had always suspected that these city-states and Essos were not smart. They actually left so much vacant land without reclaiming it or claiming it. Now that it is seen, are those places unsuitable for survival? For example, those rivers that are mainly replenished by snow-capped mountains can barely be accepted if they encounter terrain like the Tamakaha River, but if they encounter relatively flat areas on both sides of the river, what will the floods look like in the last few years of each summer? and those rivers that are mainly replenished by rainwater are probably not much better. In the late summer, the rainfall in the inland must drop sharply, causing many rivers to dry up. In short, drought kills those who are drought-stricken, and floods kill those who are flooded. The 9 free trade cities in Essos and the 3 cities in Slavers Bay are basically blessed with unique conditions. Similarly, although Westeros castles are scattered across the country due to institutional reasons, leaving no unclaimed land, there are only 5 cities in the entire continent. Gulltown and White Harbor are a bit of a filler, which shows that there are indeed not many areas in Westeros that are suitable for supporting a large population. The east is high and the west is low. Ian suddenly mentioned this river not to have an academic discussion with Glaston. He quickly raised the key point. Because the west side of the river is often prone to flooding during the flood season, Yunke's main farmland is concentrated on the east bank of this tributary, right? Chapter 274 The key to the decisive battle. Yes, there are no natural villages on the west bank of this tributary. All the villages and farmlands of Yunke are on the higher east bank. Graston nodded. Why don't you build a river embankment? Ian really wanted to ask this. But if you think about it carefully, the river embankment they built is to prevent the flood season that lasts for 7 or 8 years or even 10 years. It is hard to say whether the level of the Ghis can do such a project. Maybe the ancient Ghis can, but the current Ghis can't even build a city wall. Anyway, the farmland on the east bank is enough to feed Yunke, so it doesn't matter if the west bank is not needed. But, Graston finally couldn't help asking, why do you suddenly mention this? I'm talking to you about something very important now. Yes, I'm talking to you about this very important thing. Ian pressed his hand on the map and drew up along the tributary, all the way to the main river channel of the Tamakaha River, then drew north to another tributary, and all the way to the estuary, which is about 20 leagues north of Yunke and less than 30 leagues from Meereen. What are you saying? Graston frowned, wanting to know what Ian was saying, but he couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried, so he asked respectfully. During this process, Ian had been observing Graston's expression. The good news was that he didn't find even the slightest shock. Really unaware, Ian took back his hand on the map and whispered, if your news is true, my friend, then I may be in big trouble. How could it be? You didn't enter the city, so they couldn't murder you, right? Graston was a little confused. But our food and grass are running out. I originally thought that we could get food replenishment immediately after arriving in Yunke, so I only brought 20 days of supplies in total. Now it has been 18 days. Ian gritted his teeth. This is still part of the test. Ian's food and grass are at least sufficient for a short period of time. The Unsullied are elites selected through strong weight training, in order to keep them at the same marching speed as the Iron Legion, which has only been formed for 3 months. Ian asked the Unsullied to carry a lot of food. Are you worried that Yunke will refuse to provide you with food and grass next? Yes, as long as Yunke refuses to provide us with food and grass, my army will be in a very bad situation. After all, we can't capture Yunke within 2 days without siege weapons. Do you need me to be your insider? Graston suddenly realized, I have a guard of nearly 100 people in Yunke. If I seize a gate from the inside and open the city for you, the moment you leave your pyramid with your people, you will be annihilated by the troops sent by the Grand Marshal who has been eyeing you for a long time. Graston was stunned. As the first person in the entire Yunke to contact me, and I'm still meeting you today, do you think they will not guard against you? Ian continued. I didn't think of this at all. Graston's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately showed a scared expression. This is a trap. Ian had completely ruled out the possibility of Graston cooperating with the other party. They deliberately neither recruited you nor controlled you, just to use you as bait. The purpose is to catch me, the fish. Graston's voice was a little hoarse. It was expected that my army would be short of food, Ian said, even though he believed Graston. Since I asked Yunke for supplies to go to Meereen, I would not carry more food than I needed to march to Yunke. A normal person would probably think so. So their complete plan was to pretend that a Volantis merchant secretly purchased a large amount of grain stored in Yunke's warehouse from General Grasdo, shaking his butt. When did this happen? Grasdo was a little confused, and he interrupted Ian. Just 3 days ago, Ian had received the first report from the spies, sent to investigate the matter before Grazdo arrived, on the night my vanguard cavalry arrived in Yunque. So this is directed at you? Yes, in this way, Yunque has an excuse for not being able to deliver food to me temporarily, and puts all the responsibility on General Grazdo, so that I will not have further suspicion, and wait patiently for their food collection team to return. They will tell me that the food collection team will only take 5 days at most to return, and during this period they can allocate a small amount of food to provide us with supplies, so as to trick me into waiting. But in fact, this food collection team will not return, and Yunque will not really provide me with a small amount of food. They will try to delay until I run out of food. For them, this is the most perfect result. However, they also know that I can't sit and wait for death when I'm about to run out of food. At this time, I will definitely force Yunque to give me food. Even if the people in Yunque City starve to death, I will not sit and watch my soldiers starve. If Yunque refuses at this time, then I can only make 2 decisions. First, they came up with the idea of attacking the city, and then asked you to be their insider. At this time, they only needed to annihilate your guards in the city, and then pretend that you had succeeded, so that they could trick me into attacking the city. When I arrived at the city, I would only be greeted by a hail of arrows and a ruined reputation. Without siege equipment and insiders, I could not have conquered Yunque. Of course, it is also possible that they could not torture the code we agreed on from you, or he knew that I was a skin changer, so I discovered your failure in advance and did not choose to attack Yunque. But it doesn't matter. In both cases, I only have one choice left. I don't have enough food to return to Astapa or continue to march to Meereen, so I must collect food on the spot. This brings us back to the issue of this river. Ian pointed to the map again. This tributary of the Tamakaha River, because its west bank has almost become a wetland in this season, you must cross the river to the east bank if you want to collect food. Only there are villages and farmlands in Yunque. Grazden finally understood Ian's intention when he mentioned this river before. And the second decision I might make, after being rejected by Yunque, is, Ian continued, to go directly east and collect food from the east bank of this tributary. This will have the same result as the first decision, but the former will damage my honor more. When food is scarce and Yunque cannot be taken, you really have no other choice. Grazden nodded. What they want is to force me here. Ian tapped the river on the map. This is what the army of Meereen did not set out to wait for. They are waiting for me to run out of food and anxiously urge Yunque for food. Once I start to urge for food, the players of Yunque will immediately send the news to Meereen by means of skin changers. That's right, Ian has almost concluded that the other party is also a skin changer. If you don't look at the terrain around Yunque from a high altitude with a god's perspective, it is absolutely impossible to think of such a plan based on those finished maps alone. Whether it is finding a river path that allows warships to pass easily, or discovering the situation on both sides of the tributary of the Tamakaha River, it must be done from the air. Of course, even if the other party was a skin changer, Ian would not worry about being eavesdropped, because his black dragon was always around him. Normal animals under the dragon's pressure did not dare to approach him, and any abnormal animals that approached were shot and killed by his guards at the first time. As for the bugs that the guards could not find, Ian had tried to change into bugs, but the bodies of bugs did not provide any senses to the skin changers, and the bodies of bugs were not enough to withstand the mental power of intelligent creatures. After the Shapa shifting was successful, it would not take long for the bugs to die. The player sent the message by means of skin changers, and it only took a few hours to send the message to Meereen, and at that time Meereen could immediately arrange for the army to set off. What is their purpose? Grazden asked. The Grand Marshal has reached an agreement with the generals of Meereen and Ghis. As long as I convey the news of the food emergency to Yunque, they will let the army stationed in Meereen sail to Yunque. Because there are a large number of large sailing ships stationed in the port of Meereen, they don't need to requisition those slow boats. They can rely on ships with speeds of more than 8 knots to carry their entire army, and then pass the army through this river within 1 day. Ian once again rode the path on the Tamakaha River that he had rode at the beginning. Send the fleet to where I cross the river. At this time, even if I discover their fleet in advance, it will be too late. Glaston did not speak, but just listened silently, as quiet as a primary school student. If I don't cross the river, then they only need to block the river, and we will be trapped to death without food. And if I choose to force my way across the river, they will take advantage of me crossing the river halfway, and scatter the small boats I found to cross the river, cut my army in half, and annihilate them separately. Coincidentally, both the rugged hills on the east bank and the wetlands on the west bank that have been soaked by the river for several years are not suitable for cavalry combat. In this way, they offset my most elite and greatest reliance in field battles, the 2000 Dothraki heavy armored cavalry. This is why the player must choose Yunkai as the place for the decisive battle. If it was a head-on decisive battle outside the city of Meereen, even if he had nearly twice as many troops as me, he would not have the confidence to defeat me. After all, the quality of the armies of Meereen and Yunkai was really too poor. How is this possible? After listening to this, Glaston was completely confused. He felt that such a plan was beyond the scope of human beings. In my impression, no matter whether it is Yunkai, Meereen or New Ghis, I'm afraid that no one can make such a plan. And Glaston said immediately, according to your analysis, you are now in a desperate situation. Why do you still look so calm? Ian was of course not in a hurry. First, he was not really in a situation of food shortage. Although the food he was carrying was not enough to support him to return to Astapor, as long as he withdrew his troops to Astapor and sent a letter to Astapor through the Peregrine Falcon, asking Astapor to send a grain transport team to meet him along the Ghiskari coastal road, he could complete the supply on the way and return to Astapor safely. Of course, in that case, Ian's next day should not be so easy. Although Meereen and Yunkai would also have a hard time, because of the invasion of the Horse King, the player who designed this trap this time came from Volantis, which would not shake the player's base at all. Even if it was just to force Ian back to Astapor, it would be a victory for that player. The second reason why Ian was not in a hurry was that after he saw through the other party's plan to use his own urging for food from Yunkai as a signal, the key to the final showdown was actually in his hands. What? Do you regret standing on my side? Ian smiled. No way, my lord. I'm very glad to be on your side. I believe this will be the most correct decision I have made in my life, Glaston said and half knelt down. I wonder if you are willing to accept my allegiance? It was an expected choice, and Ian smiled. The Grand Marshal excluded Glaston from the plan from the beginning, and even used him as a bait. Whether Glaston regretted standing on Ian's side or not, he actually had no choice. Ian's performance at this moment made Glaston believe that his bet this time would bring him a 100-fold return. The next time you kneel before me, like you do now, you will be the master of Yunkai. Ian stepped forward and helped Glaston up. Glaston Zoeraz. Glaston stood up and said, I wonder what I can do for you now? Will they attack me? Since you are the bait they cast, it is impossible for them to get rid of the bait themselves before the fish is hooked or runs away, unless your actions reveal that I have discovered their plan. What should I do? First and foremost, stay normal. Ian put his hands on Glaston's shoulders and pressed down, motioning him to calm down. Let's assume that you didn't actually discover anything. You came to me today to discuss a way to get you into the army to gain military merit. What will you do when you go back? Glaston couldn't keep up with Ian's jumping thoughts. His mind was full of the coalition forces, food and the Tamakaha River. I'm sorry, I can hardly think now. What you just said has made me. You don't need to think about those things anymore. I will solve all the problems. You just need to do the things I give you. Ian patted Glaston's face. Also, although I believe you know these things very well, I still want to remind you once. The great sage Xia Ze is seriously ill and will not live long. You are not his son, and you cannot inherit his power. At the same time, because he has no heir, you will even lose your backer. And now, an opportunity is placed in front of you, an opportunity that you will never get again once you lose it, to become the master of Yunkai. Ian is not worried that Glaston will be bribed by hostile players, because Glaston himself knows very well that no matter who is the final planner of this matter, they have already cooperated with the Grand Marshal first, and Yunkai will not fall into his hands in the end. But Xia Ze is different. Ian has no contact with the richest man. Although from the current clues, he is not involved in all this, but what if? So Ian must warn Graston that even his old master Xia Ze cannot be trusted at this time. I understand, sir. Graston nodded. Chapter 275, Prologue to Counterattack. Suppose you came to me today to discuss a way to get you into the army and gain military merit. What will you do after you go back? Try to form a mercenary group. Graston suddenly remembered Ian's suggestion at the beginning. Then I can join your army under the name of commanding this mercenary group and gain military merit. Yes, after returning to Yunque, you can do this openly with this reason, because your motive for doing so is public, so they will not suspect that you have learned the truth from me. So you already did it? Graston realized that Ian had thought of this step when he first met him. Then I will rely on this mercenary group to force you to open a door to Yunque? He asked hurriedly. No, although your action of recruiting mercenaries will not make them realize that you have discovered the truth. Because of your status as bait, they will definitely focus on your mercenaries, and you will never find any chance to break through the internal defense of Yunque. Then what is the point of me forming this mercenary group? The point is to make them focus on you and your mercenaries. Yunque sweetheart, how soon you still have the leisure to read books at this time? Daznak walked into Giorris's room and poured himself a glass of Volantis amber wine. This wine is good. Daznak raised his glass gently. Many people call Volantis wine horse urine, and I once believed it. Giorris closed the book in his hand and looked up. Until I tasted your wine from Slaver's Bay, I suddenly found. He also poured himself a glass. This stuff is not that bad. By the way, is it really okay for you to not stay in Meereen and just run to Yunque? Giorris continued to ask. My NPCs and my eagles are watching over Meereen, and the real confrontation won't take place in Meereen, so I came to Yunque in advance. Are you still worried about this side? We are dealing with the strongest player alliance known to date. Although Ian's army has fallen into our trap, what about the woman in red? Does she have any backup plan? And there's Darren Grafson who stayed in Astapa, but there's no news about him now. What is he doing behind the scenes? These are just 3 known players in this alliance. Do they have a 4th person? So I have to come to Yunque in person to take charge and decide whether to implement this plan. Hey, we've already prepared to this point. Could it be that you haven't made up your mind yet? Giorris's tone suddenly became dissatisfied. Even if we destroy Ian and his elite this time, we can only reduce the power of their alliance to a level similar to ours. We are just the matchmakers in this war, and the ultimate benefit will not fall on us at all. Daznak shook his head. If the situation shows unfavorable signs, you can't do big things by making more plans and less decisions. Haha, Daznak sneered twice. Your base is in Volantis. Even if our plan fails, you will not suffer any losses. You may even make a profit from slaves and food. My base is in Meereen. If this plan fails, I will not only become penniless, but Ian will also hunt me to the ends of the earth. You can come to Volantis and help us. Together, we will make Volantis great again. Giorris made a joke. In comparison, I prefer to make Meereen great again. Daznak spread his hands. Then the two of them laughed tacitly. Relax, man. Giorris stood up. At this point, Ian is actually in a desperate situation. He can't solve the problem of food. Even if he knows our trap, he will have to fall into it. I just got a new piece of news. Daznak did not continue the topic and said, last night, Graston stayed in Ian's camp until very late, before returning to the city, and as soon as it got light this morning, he met with 2 mercenary leaders, Mero, the illegitimate son of Titan, and Piranda Najizan of the Stormcrows. Mero came to report to me as soon as he met Graston. He had been bribed by me a long time ago. Mero said that Graston came to him to form a mercenary group, and Graston wanted him to help provide some connections. Mero reported to you? Daznak's face froze. Didn't I tell you not to contact anyone in Yunque in person? That Ian dared to call himself a dragon caller. His level of shapeshifting must be not low. The one who had contact with Mero was just one of my captains. He has no relationship with me on the surface. Giorris explained. Isn't that the captain who bought food from Grasdo? Of course not. That was a Karth ship under my command. It has nothing to do with the merchant guild that bought the food. Huh. Dasnaku breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, you just said that Graston was going to form a mercenary group. He frowned slightly. Yes, it is said that Ian Derry gave him an idea to build his own mercenary army and then command these mercenaries to cooperate with Ian's army. In the end, Ian will find a way to add as many military merits as possible to his head. Joris paused, as if he remembered that the other party had just arrived in Yunque today, so he explained. Yesterday morning when Graston and Grasdo went out of the city to greet Ian painted a big pie for Graston, saying that he could help him get enough military merits to change the middle name of the heiress family, and then Graston couldn't wait to find Ian in the evening. So, they didn't discover our plan at all? It seems so. Ian's spies went to the port of Yunque yesterday to investigate the transaction between my captain and General Grasdo. They withdrew after confirming that the transaction was true. Obviously, Ian used his shape-shifting ability to follow Grasdo, and after discovering the transaction, he sent people to verify the matter. Everything is as you expected. Then what? Did the Grand Marshal reveal any flaws? Well, in the entire Yunque, only the Grand Marshal and the Rabbit know about this plan, and I told them very clearly that Ian possesses the witchcraft to control animals, and they will not speak nonsense. Joris' tone was very affirmative. But I still feel that Ian has ulterior motives in letting Graston form a mercenary group at this time. Dasnak thought for a while and said, a very uneasy feeling. Are you a green seer? Not likely. A green seer needs a skin changer to reach the master level before he can learn. Dasnak rolled his eyes. Where can I get so many resources? Then your feeling is not a warning. Joris shrugged. I still think that normal surveillance of Graston will be enough. Too much action will easily alert the enemy. Especially if your feeling is correct and Ian already has doubts, then Graston's formation of a mercenary group may be a test of his. You are right this time. Dasnak nodded, and after thinking for a while, he said, like this, let him form it, and at the same time, arrange for some mercenaries you brought from other places to sign up with Graston. Finally, I will keep an eye on Graston myself. Do you have so many birds? One in Meereen, one in Ian's camp, and one here in Graston. This is my limit for now, eh? Dasnak paused. How did Grasdo end up in Ian's camp? Are you sure it was Grasdo? And not Graston? The one who's but shakes when it walks. Dasnak confirmed. He should have gone to deal with the issue of supplying food to Ian's army. Our original plan was to let Rabbit force him to confess about his food wrestling yesterday, but something went wrong yesterday. Grasdo made up a story about Ian insulting the Grand Marshal, and the Grand Marshal was so angry that he left the scene immediately, and he was able to escape. Then the rabbits thought that it would not be too late to expose Grasdo when Ian and his men formally asked for food, which would be more natural in Ian's view. But the problem is, since Grasdo doesn't have any food at all, how dare he go to Ian? I don't know about that. Joris frowned. Fearing that Ian's birds or spies would discover his connection with the wise lords of Yunque, Joris could only contact General Rabbit and his men through several procedures. He could not control the facts of many things, such as the details of General Rabbit's operations on the issue of Grasdo. Or else, Joris said, you descend and get closer to listen to what they are saying. Do you really want to gain a mentally retarded ally? Dasnak rolled his eyes. There's such a big dragon standing next to us. I'm afraid I won't be discovered if I fly over there. What about us now? Let's wait until Grasdo comes back. I hope he can find out how much food Ian has left. Camp outside the city, Earl Derry. Please save me. General Grasdo's Algae had just walked into Ian's military tent when he knelt on the ground with a thud. The letter that suddenly appeared in my room last night was from you, right? You said you were willing to save me? Get up and talk, General. Ian stepped forward and helped General Shaking Butt up. You are not my slave. How can you kneel like this? General Shaking Butt's face became even uglier in an instant, but he could only stand up tremblingly and force a smile. My lord, about what you said about saving me. Save you? You ruined my plan. General Grasdo. Ian's voice suddenly became stern. Do you know how much your behavior has delayed my military plans? If you were my man, I would kill you right now. General Shaking Butt hadn't even stood up when he was suddenly scolded by Ian. He was frightened and knelt down again in an instant, collapsing on the ground. "My lord," General Shaking Bud stammered, "but that's not what you said in the letter. You said you were willing to save me." "Yes, I did." In the eyes of General Shaking Butt, this young man in front of him, who was not even as old as his own son, was the perfect example of what it meant to change one's face faster than turning the pages of a book. In the last second, he had an angry look, as if the knife was going to chop your neck in the next second, but at this moment, he turned into a nonchalant smile. "Do you know why?" Ian asked. "No, I don't know. Because after I investigated, I found that it was not your fault." "Oh no." General Shaking Butt felt that he had not reacted at all. He privately resold young K's grain reserves, which resulted in the inability to provide supplies to Ian's army. How could it be not his fault? "Before I tell you everything, let me ask you a few questions." Ian smiled. "First, do you have any conflicts with General Faza Rabbit? What does this have to do with this matter? If you want me to save you, first you have to trust me and tell me everything. Otherwise, even if I save you this time, you can't be tricked by someone again." "No, you mean..." General Shaking Bud suddenly widened his eyes. "Does that bastard Faza have anything to do with this matter? Now you are begging me for help, so put yourself in the right position first, okay?" Yes, sir." General Shaking Bud nodded quickly. "Faza, he and I do have deep conflicts, because we are both candidates for the next Grand Marshal. And we have always been evenly matched, so we have been competing for most of our lives. Can you be on par with him with your level?" Ian expressed doubt. Although Ian had never met Faza, just because he was the only collaborator chosen by the players of Volantis among the wise lords below the Grand Marshal of Yunque, it can be expected that he must be at least quite capable. "Hey." General Shaking Bud seemed to see Ian's doubt, so he added an explanation. "His ability is much stronger than mine, but the power of the Faza family is far lower than our Algae family. Therefore, until that incident, my chances of winning have always been higher than Faza." "What incident?" "Another mistake I made." Grasdo shook his head unnaturally and lowered his head. "That was when I angered the Grand Marshal, so the Grand Marshal has been looking for an opportunity to deal with me. So..." General Shaking Bud hugged Ian's legs again. "You must save me. If what I did this time is exposed, the Grand Marshal can follow the wartime decree and bypass the Council of Wise Lords to sentence me to death. It sounds like, if the Grand Marshal goes through the procedures of the Council of Wise Lords, he can't kill you?" "That's right. In the Council of the Wise Lords, apart from our Algae family and our allies, Lord Xia Ze, who has always been at odds with the Grand Marshal, will definitely vote against it. In the past, whatever the Grand Marshal supported, Lord Xia Ze and his cronies opposed, so the Grand Marshal tried to judge me twice, but both times failed. Then you dare to commit a crime against the wind?" Ian didn't know what to say. This kind of extremely greedy and stupid person actually became the most favorable candidate for the next Grand Marshal. The current Grand Marshal might not be much better than him. It can only be said that cities like Slava Bay that only look at bloodline instead of ability are really lucky. If there was a conqueror, they would have been sent away long ago. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.